tonight. All right, guys, we're going to begin. Thank y'all all for being here. No, what's wrong? Are you okay? Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's annotated civil statute, Article 625217, that the city of Smithfield will conduct a council meeting and public hearing on March 10th, 2025 at 6 p.m. at City Hall located at 317 Main Street, Smithfield, Texas. I call this meeting to order. Invocation led by Councilmember Etheridge.
Thank you. Bow heads, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to gather this evening and for the many blessings. May we be mindful of the benefits that accrue to each of us as citizens of Smithville, as well as this great nation. Please, Father, cause us each to be more aware of those around us who are less fortunate and move us to take action to help them. Be with those who are suffering or grieving, that they might be comforted, and be with those too who might be separated from their families. Please watch over and protect the men and women in uniform who serve this country, both here and abroad, as well as our first responders, teachers, and faith leaders. Please, Father, finally give this council the wisdom and vision to make good decisions for our community as a whole and the ability to work together in harmony and mutual respect, even in those situations where we may disagree. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Try to get a sign like that over there. No one knows.
Next item on our agenda is for a very special lady who turned 100 years old. The city of Smithfield put together a proclamation for you, Miss Cookie. Whereas Miss Cookie Compost was born February 26, 1925 in Cotulla, Texas, and has dedicated her life to kindness, service, and a betterment of those around her. And whereas Miss Cookie moved to Smithville, where her love of children and her kind, loving spirit earned her the endearing nickname Little Grandma, as she became a beloved figure within the community. And whereas Miss Cookie's vibrant personality and generous of heart have made her an irreplaceable part of Smithville, and her likeness, riding her blue tricycle, is immortalized in the Smithville mural on Luke 2:30, a testament to her lasting impact on the town she loves. And whereas Miss Cookie has always been known for never meeting a stranger, greeting everyone with warmth and affection, and creating connections that make our community stronger and more compassionate. And whereas Miss Cookie is a cherished parishioner of St. Paul's Catholic Church, where her deep faith and dedication to the church and its congregations continue to inspire others. And whereas Miss Cookie celebrated her 100th birthday, we honor and celebrate her remarkable life, her extraordinary generosity, and her countless ways she has touched the lives of everyone she has encountered. Now, therefore, I, Sharon Seidel Forrester, Mayor of Smithville, Texas, by the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim February 26, 2025 as Cookie Compost Day in Smithville, Texas, in recognition of her 100th birthday and her lifetime of love, service, and devotion to our community. Ms. Compost, I would like to present you with a proclamation. I don't know what we're going to do for your 101 birthday next year. Thank y'all. Appreciate you all. And if anybody else is turning 100, please let me know. The city of Smithville would love to honor you.
You ready for me?
Go ahead.
Okay, this is the Vietnam Veteran Day Proclamation. Whereas on January 12th, 1962, United States Army pilots lifted more than 1,000 South Vietnamese service members over jungle and underbrush to capture a National Liberation Front stronghold near Saigon. Operation Chopper marked America's first combat mission against the Viet Cong and the beginning of one of our longest and most challenging wars. Though more than a decade of conflict that tested the fabric of our nation, the service of our men and women in uniform stood true. Today, we honor the more than 3 million Americans who served. We pay tribute to those that are laid to rest, and we reaffirm our dedication in showing a generation of veterans the respect and support of a grateful nation. And whereas the Vietnam War is a story of service members of different backgrounds, colors, and creeds who came together to complete a daunting mission, it is a story of Americans from every corner of our nation who left the warmth of family to serve the country they loved. It is a story of patriots who braved the line of fire, who cast themselves into harm's way to save a friend, who fought hour by hour, day after day to preserve the liberties we hold dear. From Durang to Hugh, sorry, messed the names up. We won every major battle of the war and upheld the highest traditions of our armed forces. And whereas 11 years of combat left their imprint on a generation, thousands returned home bearing shrapnel and scars. More were burdened by the invisible wounds of post-traumatic stress, of Agent Orange, and of memories that would never fade. More than 5,800 58,000 laid down their lives in service to our nation. Now and forever, their names are etched into two faces of black granite, a lasting memorial to those who bore conflict's greatest cost. And whereas our veterans answered our country's call and served with honor, and on March 29th, 1973, the last of our troops left Vietnam. Yet in one of the war's most profound tragedies, many of these men and women came home to be shunned or neglected, to face treatment unbefitting their courage and a welcome unworthy of their example. We must never let this happen again. Today, we reaffirm one of our most fundamental obligations to show all who have worn the uniform of the United States the respect and dignity they deserve, and to honor their sacrifice by serving them as well as they served us. Over half a century after those helicopters swept off the ground and into history, we pay tribute to the fallen, the missing, the wounded, and the millions who served, and the millions more who awaited their return. Our nation stands stronger for their service, and on Vietnam Veterans Day, we honor their proud legacy with our deepest gratitude. Now, therefore, Sharon Forrester, Mayor of the City of Smithfield, do hereby proclaim March 29th, 2025 as Vietnam Veterans Day in the City of Smithfield. I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and sacrifice of our Vietnam veterans. My brother was one, so this is very personal.
Amen. Next item is presentation from Jill introducing the intern. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council. This is Samantha Dworchik. She's been with us since January. She'll be here with us through the end of April. She's a student in sustainability at University of Texas at Austin. And she's been just really instrumental in helping us get a few things just together and following up with things and doing some data entry. And she did also provide a report for you based on some data entry that we had her do for the Recycle Center. And so I don't know if you had any questions or if you wanted to, but I did want to just introduce her and let you know we're very happy to have this internship relationship with the University of Texas. And this is another great intern that we're getting through that program.
No, she's very shy, so. You'll have to speak into the mic. Thank you.
I provided this short report on the recycling in Smithville. So just like a quick overview. So recycling has increased this based just solely on this past quarter of the fiscal year. So compared to the previous fiscal year, recycling has increased, which you can see on these two graphs. One of the recyclables as mixed paper, not pictured in the graph, but I actually noticed that the last time this was mentioned in a recycling report was in 2015, 2016. So it is definitely increasing in the city.
Very good. And fun fact about our intern is her dad and I both graduated here from Smithville High School in 1983. So, but I know, wish we need to have a class reunion. Thank you for all your hard work. And I know you put a lot of time and effort into it, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Is Tim here? There you are. Update on Northeast, Northwest 2nd Street drainage and Loop 230 detention pond projects. Tim Sanders with BEPCO is here to enlighten us. Thank you, Tim.
Mayor, Council, thank y'all for having me this evening. Just Robert asked me to come tonight to give y'all a brief update on where things stand on both the Northeast, Northwest 2nd Street project as well as the Loop 230 project. We'll start off with the 2nd Street project first. All rock base or gravel base between Ramona and Olive is in. They're doing some final dressing. There may be a little bit more, but it's essentially all there. As far as concrete work, the handicap ramps at the four corners of Main and 2nd will be installed within the next couple of weeks, 1 to 2 weeks. as well as some final sidewalk work next to the southeast corner. Once the handicap ramps and the sidewalk work at the southeast corner of Main and Second are done, then that'll complete all the sidewalk work. There's a little bit of concrete work at the intersection of Main Second Street and Olive. That'll be done, but probably not in the next 2 to 3 weeks as part of this current phase. Overall with the project, they're probably, as of the end of February, about 75% complete. Most of the work that they have left is just the street reconstruction itself. There's a little bit of drainage work at the intersection of Gresham and Second Street, but that should be complete here in the next couple of days or so. As far as the paving itself, we're looking at the end of the last week in March of doing the actual asphalt pavement. Prior to that, we'll probably have one last major shutdown between Ramona and Olive. And the purpose of that is to make utility adjustments of any valves, the junction boxes that we installed as part of the storm sewer, and final dress up work for the asphalt pavement contractor to come in and finish his work. What the contractor has told me, he anticipates the asphalt pavement will take 2 days to install. The first day they'll do roughly half of it. And the second day they'll do the other half. And when they're doing the second half, they'll be striping the first half. So basically the striping will be done the day after each phase. So the anticipation is once that's all complete, everything west of Olive will be completely done. And then the focus will be on Olive, Second Street, and Gresham. And at this time, we still anticipate to be complete by the end of May. So are there any questions regarding the Second Street project? Okay, we'll move on to the Loop 230 project. The dirt work for the pond is approximately 75% complete. What the contractor had indicated to me this morning, the work has slowed down a little bit as far as the dirt moving operations than what they previously anticipated. And the primary reason for that is as they've gotten the pond dug, they've had not as much room to work. And so they've had to run fewer trucks, and basically their production level has tapered off a little bit. What he told me is they should have all the major dirt work complete by next week, hopefully within the next week, but by the end of next week, there should be no major dirt work through at the pond. If y'all have been out there, I know I stopped by there today. You can really start to see the shape of it coming through. They have been working on the storm sewer. They started at the intersection of Oak Meadows and Faulkner, and they've been working their way towards Loop 230. There was a planned closure of Loop 230 for tomorrow night, starting at 8. The contractor called us this morning, and they've had to push it back at least 2 more days. That now it's tentatively planned for Thursday night. We're going to get confirmation from him on Wednesday. The main reason is it's been a little bit slower going for him on the storm sewer installation along Loop 230, having to work around other utilities. But as of this morning, that's what they anticipate is the Loop 230 closure will occur on Thursday night. And again, we'll follow up with him on Wednesday to confirm that there's not any more delays associated with that. What he indicated to me is they anticipate all the storm sewer work from Oak Meadows all the way to the pond be complete by the end of next week. So hopefully by the end of next week, storm sewer and pond will be all done. As far as the pond, there'll be a little bit of dress up work, topsoiling, concrete pavement in some areas, of course, getting vegetation established to prevent erosion. And then the last major thing of that project is the pump station for the detention pond. And that's anticipated. That's a little bit of a slower part of the process compared to the dirt and the storm sewer. And the reason for that is there's a little bit of lead time involved with getting the pumps, the wet well, and so forth. So that'll last probably the next few months or so. Now, with that being said, it's not that they'll be working constantly in the next few months. Basically, as they get the wet well in, they'll get that installed, get as far as they can. And then when other materials come in, the pumps, then they'll come in and do that. So you'll see over the next few months, once the dirt and the storm sewer system is done, you'll see probably a contractor coming and going. You know, he may be on site for 2 or 3 days a week, then be off site maybe another month or so, and then be on site 1 or 2 weeks. But all of his work will be confined, will be at the right there between the pond and the Loop 230. So the bulk of the work, it's going to get done here in the next couple weeks. That's kind of where we're at on Loop 230. Are there any questions regarding Loop 230?
Tim, I wanted to add, excuse me, regarding the dirt hauling contract, we have switched the hours of operation from 7 to 5 till 8 to 6 due to daylight savings time in the interest of safety. Don't want trucks driving when it's dark. But hopefully next 5 to 7 days, that'll be it.
Be done. Yes, sir.
Anybody else have a question? Thank you, Tim.
Okay, thank y'all.
Susie, you ready? Quarterly Hot Funds presentation from the Smithfield Chamber of Commerce. Hello, Susie.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council and City Manager.
You have a new last name.
I didn't change my last name.
Sorry.
Modern woman.
Got him on a 10-year plan. We'll see about that. Just kidding.
Sorry about that.
No, actually, he probably has me on a 10-year plan. We'll see, but people do call him Mr. Cannon. I know that's, yeah. Anyway.
Thought it was a typo. Sorry about that.
No.
Well done.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm Susie Cannon and I'm here on behalf of the Smithville Area Chamber of Commerce. And just for context, there is an agreement in place between the city and the chamber. The city of Smithville allocates 100% of the hotel occupancy tax revenue to the chamber, and then the chamber has the responsibility to lead tourism marketing in compliance with Texas Tax Code 351.101. And the purpose of today's presentation, you all should have 2 financial reports. And I do apologize. I emailed Jennifer too fast on Friday morning. And so anyway, I apologize for my error. But hopefully you both have now. So I will give just a little bit of a summary and highlight a few things pertaining to fiscal year 2024. And then I already have Q1 financials done for fiscal 2025, and I went ahead and included that as well. So there's a few just accomplishments and things from fiscal year 2024 that I'd like to highlight. The first is the Hope Float sign. Smithville, home of Hope Floats. We're so excited to see, and so many people were excited to see that sign come back. It's there on Highway 95, right in front of the airport. And that represents an investment of hot funds totaling $4,014.40. If you're wondering why you don't see that dollar number precisely in your report, is because it was several financial transactions that crossed over 3 different quarters. Another project that I think is a great accomplishment is we contracted or curated for some videography, work, some videography assets to be created on behalf of Visit Smithville. And that resulted in 4 30-second Visit Smithville brand commercials. 2 of them center around Christmas time in Smithville, and 2 of them center around Smithville Jamboree. And since it is Jamboree season, and since a picture is worth 1,000 words, and what is it, video is worth 1,000,000 words, I asked Jennifer if she would go ahead and play the videos for us, the 2 Jamboree videos. That's okay. Did you download them in advance or? No. Oh, okay. Do we want to come back to it? Okay, we can do that. We will come back to the commercials, but I will go ahead and share two of the ways that we use the commercials. Many of you may know that our town was featured in an episode of Expedition Texas. Our mayor helped give that tour and make them feel welcome. And after that TV show, we were approached and given the opportunity to be a sponsor of Expedition Texas. And we did do that 2 times last year. And so you will see there were 2 different rounds or 2 different investments of $5,500 as a sponsorship for Expedition Texas. What we received for that is we received 30 seconds of airtime across 26 weeks, as well as our Visit Smithville logo being on a sponsor thank you card at the beginning and the ending of the episode. And to be specific, these are episodes when they air on television, not if you watch them like on YouTube. Okay, let's go. That's the daytime. Yeah, isn't it great? That's the daytime. And then you have the other, this is Thanks, Jennifer. So even though we secured those sponsorships and made those financial investments, you'll see in Q2 and Q3 of fiscal year 2024, our airtime actually runs out or continues through this Saturday, March 15th. And those 2 Smithville Jamboree videos have been the circulation since the beginning of the year. So that was something that we invested in and were excited to do. Okay, and then the last big endeavor of fiscal year 2024 with Hot Funds was producing the 4th edition of the 78957 magazine. It began in 4th quarter of 2024 and continued into fiscal year 2025. The total of the production expenses were $16,948.63, which includes graphic design, photography, and also a software subscription that takes the PDF of the magazine and turns it into an interactive flip book. So if you go to visitsmithville.org, you will see not just the 4th edition, but all of the editions of the 78957. You can view them and read them online. If people contact us and ask for us to ship them a magazine, of course we will, but that allows access to it, digitally and instantaneously before they can, especially if someone's viewing it from out of state. I am deep in the trenches on distribution of the magazine. To date, we did receive approval from the TxDOT Literature Department. And so you will find the 78957 magazine in all 10 of the travel centers across the state. It has also been distributed to all of the chambers of commerce in our rural chamber network. And I have currently secured yeses from 8 convention and visitor bureaus across Texas that they are willing to receive a box of magazines, that they have the space. And I am going to be researching the possibility of distributing to travel centers in New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Louisiana, since they're our neighbors. Okay, so new initiatives going into fiscal year 2025, or now that we're already in 2025. We are looking to make a significant investment in billboards, and I am not going to go into that in depth because Councilwoman Meek has a presentation about billboards. I just wanted to touch that is something that we have been doing some research. Caroline and I even drove all the way to Columbus and back, and so we are looking to make an investment in marketing Smithville and having people know where we are. Theme-wise, we're looking at using Smitty as a point of interest that we really want to capitalize on. We are also looking at a redesign of the billboard that we currently have in front on Highway 71 eastbound at the Keller Farms entrance. We have a membership with the I-10 Alliance. Thank you very much to Fran Hunter, who gave us that tip. So the I-10 Alliance, they publish a visitor's guide. Smithville will be prominently featured in that visitor's guide. And the purpose of their guide is they highlight all of the rural towns from San Antonio to Houston that are just a little off I-10. So it's totally marketing to tourists to consider getting off of the interstate onto state highways or the back roads and all of the rural gems that they might find between San Antonio and Houston, Smithville being one of them. Okay, so when we think about visibility, reach, and performance measures, I do have some data because of our social media and our website presence. So Visit Smithville, you have the website, which is visitsmithville.org. You have Facebook and you have Instagram. As far as our performance on Facebook, I can tell you that our cumulative views of our posts are in excess of 67,000. Our cumulative reach is in excess of 51,000. And it tells me that that information is 55% from sponsored content and 45% from organic, meaning people that already follow us. Sponsored content, there's two different ways that we do it. You can sponsor, which means that your content then shows up in someone's feed, even if they don't follow Visit Smithville. You can also sponsor content so that it appears in regions other than where we are located, which is what we also do because we're trying to capture the drive-in market because the point is to capture the overnight stays. We also can measure and see that our social media followers have increased by 15.6% over the last 12 months. When it comes to website engagement specific to our website, I thought that this was an interesting statistic and worth passing on. We registered a little over 3,600 mouse clicks or button clicks, which means that they clicked beyond the homepage, which is really good. It means that they got to the homepage and didn't just scroll and leave. They clicked beyond the homepage, and we had just a little over 3,600 of that in the last 12 months. But when we do think about performance measures and effectiveness, I would say that one major hurdle has been that we do not have the ability, we have not had contact information for the lodging operators. One main reason that I would love to have that is I would love to invite them to be part of the lodging directory. If you go to visitsmithville.org, there is a lodging landing page, meaning that on the top header menu, there is a lodging choice, and it takes you to a directory of lodging options. If we don't have their contact information, I can't invite them to be listed there. And then secondly, I'd love to make contact with these folks for any feedback and just general helpful information, specifically things like seasonal trends. When are bookings up? When are bookings down? Can we trace that back to an event? Can we, so that information would be helpful for us, as well as any information that they get from their guests. Why did their guests choose Smithville? So all of that would be very helpful to us. Okay, so what is next? In addition to the billboards, we're looking at getting the map and the guide updated on the 3 Wayfinder signs that's on Main Street. Look, they're the kiosks. They're very nice kiosks located at First, Second, and the Loop. I have told the website administrator, we want it to be a non-intrusive, but we do want to have a pop-up survey on visitsmithville.org that asks them, how did you hear about us and what information are you looking for? Again, more engagement. We are also looking at making a tourist rack card in working on the 78957 distribution. I can tell you that I have heard more than once, not everybody can take a magazine. They have racks for rack cards or brochures. They don't have space for magazines. We do not have, the chamber years ago did produce a tourism themed rack card. It's been out of print for over 5 years, so that's something that we're considering. We've also been thinking about making a sticker for Smitty, again, making him much more into a point of interest and, you know, come and get your selfie with Smitty. And that is pretty much it. Any questions?
Thanks, Susie. I applaud the commitment to try to get the lodging people to cooperate so you can track that. Because quite honestly, the core and the essence of a hot tax is how many room nights. That's what it's all designed to do. That's why it's so restrictive. Question, this may be for Cynthia or for Robert. I'm looking at this handout that Susie gave us, and one of them shows the first quarter of 24-25, which would be October through December of 24. The other is full year 23-24. The first quarter for last year showed revenue at 12.5. And the first quarter of revenue this year is 10.5, which would suggest that we're 15% down this year. Can you
I
explain
can
that?
speak to that. I can speak to that. I had a phone appointment with Cynthia, whom is wonderful to work with. And we had been emailing because it was time for her to file the annual report with the comptroller. And so she got this report. By the way, she got the correct report, and then I emailed Jennifer the wrong one. But she takes this and she maps these expenditures to the 9 allowable expenses by the state, and she does a whole comptroller filing. When we were having that phone conversation, she, I guess, logged into Avenue Insights or something like that, and she said that the fiscal year starts October 1st, and this was maybe around the middle of February, and she said that receivables for HOT was in around $16,000. In light of the fact that we have some carryover from the year before, and the magazine brought in revenue, and I forgot to make this point, advertisement revenue in the magazine, $11,652.25. And that went directly into the Hot Funds account. It went directly into that account. That's why everybody's ad had to pay by check, no credit cards, so that there was no money sliding in through the operating account and then over to HOT. I was insistent that it go directly into HOT. So since it does sound like revenue is down a little bit, and because I just said, let's ease back. That was kind of a decision that she and I made, but then almost immediately after that phone call, I ran that past Chamber Board of Directors leadership. But the concept, well, we don't want to get overextended. It's all projected. No one knows the future. The receivables were 16. I said, let's scale this back to 10.5.
Okay, so a couple questions. One is when the hot tax money comes in, it comes to the city, and the city gives it to the chamber. Do we give everything that comes in, or do we hold back and only fund what's budgeted?
It comes via an invoicing mechanism. The chamber invoices the city.
Yeah, in the past, we've said, okay, they were going to get 50,000, so every quarter we allocated an even amount. But the problem becomes you don't necessarily know what it is at the end of the year. So this year we've decided to kind of scale back, and the first 3 quarters will be at the 10.5. And then when we come to that last quarter, we'll
True it up at the
what
end.
we will actually true it up, and they will get the actual amount instead of overpaying them and having to get it back. Or
So the central question that I have is, we're getting ready to see a presentation a little later tonight that shows that the hot tax projection for this year is $68,000. So we currently have budgeted for hot tax to go to the chamber to administer 50,000. So if we hit, and we're currently at 17,000, which I'm assuming these match up fiscal quarters. Yeah. So we're at 17,000 for the first quarter actual, according to the presentation here in a little while, and you got 10.5. Is that
I
right?
was under the impression, and so forgive me if I'm wrong, I was under the impression that Cynthia was giving me a live figure, that it was around 16,000 and that it was for October, November, December, January, and half of February, which would put it behind because that would be behind of 12.
All I'm trying to do, and I'm not questioning at all what's being done in terms of how the money's being invested or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand. We get money in from the short-term rentals, however much that is. And I know it's impossible to predict until you actually get it. Yes, so budgeting it, I have no problems with budgeting it. You'd budget it fine. But what I'm saying is in a little while, we're going to hear how much better hot tax is this year than last year. But what really this shows is that hot tax was, according to your sheet, less than that last year, unless there's more money that you haven't sent them yet. And that, and Robert's thing later says there's 17,000. So you have a 10.5 number.
Well, that's just the amount that I gave to the chamber, estimated amount.
Well, that's my question is that the hot tax is 17,000 that you have according to Robert. According to this presentation, there's 17,000 that came in the first quarter. She got 10.5. Where's the $6,000?
Still with the city.
Okay, that's what I was asking is, does the city hold money
Yeah.
until the fourth quarter, then you true it up, or you just make some adjustments?
Yeah,
every
we
year? Okay.
just decided the other day to true it up. I mean, we may get down to the next quarter if we start collecting way more. She can up the 10.5. We just decided at this point, because she hadn't collected for the first quarter.
Perfect.
at all yet.
That was my only question, is making sure I understood, because we seem to have more money come in than what the chamber got.
Correct.
And your explanation is you're just holding it.
Yeah.
And that's good. Then you can kind of true it up. My other question is, and I don't remember this from state law, but I did do a lot of research on this a couple of years ago. Do you have to spend all the money in the year? How much are we allowed to carry over one year to the next?
My recollection of the law and my discussions with Adina Lewis holds back each year. You do not have to spend 100% of it because when she does her budget, she holds back to help buoy her department from market volatility and funds going down.
Okay, because otherwise, if you're waiting until the fourth quarter, you might get jammed with a bunch of extra money sitting around. And if you had to spend it, you might be in a difficult position. Sounds like you can carry it over.
Us remaining in close contact. And if
Yeah.
you see a big spike or something, and likewise, there's more ideas and projects in the hopper than all that I presented tonight. I just didn't want to present things that might not be
Okay.
realized.
All right.
So there's potential there if the money is there.
Okay, so it sounds like this $50,000 that we have budgeted, if what Robert is projecting is accurate, there's going to be $17,000 or $18,000 more at the end of this year that is available for hot tax than what is budgeted. Okay,
And this is the first that I'm hearing of that.
Okay. well, great, thanks.
Anything,
We told you any sooner you had spent it. No, I'm kidding.
listen.
Mayor, if I may ask a couple.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, the point is, I'm sorry, the point is you need to spend it.
Yeah.
That's the point, is this is one of those things where you don't have the luxury of using it for something else. The people that pay this, and I happen to have one of those short-term rentals, we paid $5,000 to the city from our one property in hot tax last year in 2024. So I like to joke with Robert, the $5,000 increase last year was all because of us paying the one this last year. But anyway, the point is there's people paying and there are more people coming to town. We're seeing not only the rates go up, but we're seeing the occupancy level goes up. So there's going to be more money coming in just from additional traffic. And then also the collection efforts, I think, are going to get better. So we need to be thoughtful about, you can't just let a bunch of money pile up in an account, because short-term rental people are paying that. The residents are paying that, and they want that money to be invested in tourism. And if it looks like we're not going to be able to get that money invested, then we need to talk about that, I think, because we don't want a big bank account just piling up at the city for hot.
And part of that money is going to be used to offset what we pay at Avenue Insights for the STR. We can use some of that funding also. But right now, 50,000 is what we budgeted and agreed to last year. Q1 receipts were much better than we thought. The projected rate or the current run rate will give us an extra 17,000. Again, we can't see into the future, but that's what it is currently.
Out of curiosity, and I don't even think you're required to answer this question, but if you choose to, what percent of the overall chamber revenue budget is the hot proceeds?
Well, it's completely kept separate. I mean, are you asking me what the chamber budget revenue is from memberships and sponsorships?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, you could file a request for information with the board of directors and ask that. I'm not really here in that capacity.
It's fine. Don't, not a problem. The second thing.
It doesn't go anywhere. It's a responsibility, but it's a privilege to be able to do this work on behalf of the city. And I would say, not to disagree with you, Councilman Etheridge, but the people that pay it are the travelers. Not that that diminishes it being done right, but it's not locals that are paying it unless a local person stays. The people that are paying it, it's tacked on to the travelers' lodging.
Yeah, well, to be clear, not everybody passes it through. We don't. We absorb it in the rate.
I don't know what you mean by that.
We don't pass through to our tenants every bit of that extra.
Oh,
tax.
okay, okay.
We have a room rate or a night rate that is what it is, and we don't pass that through. Some of it we do, but we don't.
Okay.
Most people do, you're correct, but not everybody does.
So the second question is, it sounds like you need help identifying all of the lodging providers. Can we, and this be a question of fact, I guess, for the city manager, can Avenue not provide that?
It's part of my presentation later.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right, Kathy, you're up.
Okay. First, I want to thank Susie because Susie is a subject matter expert on uses permitted by hot funds by Chapter 351 of the Texas Code. And it's very specific and narrow what that money can be spent on, and it has to be head, bed, stay, lodging, something of that nature. So she helps keep us in line with that. And we also appreciate that she's been cross-training us executive board members so that several of us at least have a strong working knowledge of it. And then, of course, we can defer to Susie if we need to. So thank you so much, Susie. Are you going to put my little fun slide up? You don't have him?
Well, just talk.
Oh, okay. So one of my council projects, as you all know, has been working on trying to get a Tex.Blue highway logo sign out on the highway, possibly coming west, possibly coming from east. You all have seen them. They're the blue ones with the logos for gas, lodging, groceries, food. Again, very narrow. We only have 6 qualifying businesses in town, according to TxDOT, that could have a logo out there because there's strict criteria. You have to be open 60 hours a week, first of all. And most of our folks are open Thursday through Sunday. So we've got some on the list that do qualify, but it's fairly expensive. It's like $1,200 a year plus a graphic setup. We're still working on that. It's still a possibility, but in conjunction with that, we want to put up some billboards. So I'm sorry you don't see the little graphic. We have a cute little Smitty with it's similar to others you've seen, but we really like this one. Janice Bruno graciously offered her property to put a billboard up on the sign above that S&D Glass Company where the cabins used to be. And that's not no-brainer now. However, we found out Friday that it's in the Houston toad habitat. So Claire, I was going to call you today and didn't get a chance to, saying, can we still do this? Because are they going to just tell us, no, we can't do it? There's also a petroleum easement fairly nearby, so we have some work to do to see if we can actually put that billboard up on that hill. If we're not able to do that, we want to put it, like Robert said, at the La Cabana site. There's also another billboard at Ship Lake going west that the chamber owns. So we're planning to put up at least 2 or 3 billboards by end of the year, if possible. I really didn't have a presentation. I was just gonna get y'all's oohs and ahs on our little new design we have, but we'll share that with you sometime soon. So just wanted to share with you the update on our billboard project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on. Everybody good? Nope.
Kathy, we mentioned, I've told the chamber as well, whatever you decide to go with in the future, we can put that on the electronic or the digital billboard next to Subway, free of charge.
Anything else? All right, approval of the minutes from February 10th, 2025 council meeting and public hearing and the February 14th, 2025 special called council meeting and the February 27th, 2025 special called council meeting. I entertain a motion or we need to make some changes or
Your motion?
ready?
Can I do them all at once, Jennifer?
Yep.
I move we approve city council meetings as presented for the February 10th, 2025 meeting. Also as presented, the special called council meeting minutes, February 14th, 2025. And also move we approve as presented, special called council meeting minutes, February 27th, 2025.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor? 1, 2. Approved. Next item is public comment. Who's our first speaker?
Dean Hawthorne.
Mr. Dean? Welcome. Can you hear him? We can't hear him. I don't know if we can hear him.
Oh, I had to push a button. Sorry. Again, Dean Harthorn with the Smithville Church of Christ. I met with you a month ago. At that time, made a formal request that you look at the intent and enforcement of your city ordinance regarding the peddler's permit. The church is being held accountable for compliance with that permitting process. And all we want to do is advertise the location of the church and when we hold church services. And we don't peddle anything. We're not selling a product. But again, we're being held accountable for that city ordinance. And personally, when I look at the ordinance, I am wondering about, at some point in time, it might have had a very valid reason for being passed. But the way I read the permit, and if you're a Girl Scout and you want to go next door and sell to your neighbor a box of cookies, that troop would be required to get a peddler's permit, pay a fee for the permit, and each child that wanted to sell cookies would be required to pay a $25 fee and have a bonding requirement of $1,000 to sell a box of cookies to a neighbor. So again, we would formally ask that you look at that. I was hoping tonight to find out about the status of our request for your formal review for last month, but I don't find any indication that that the item was covered or that you're actually acting upon it, our formal request. That's it.
Mayor, question for city manager?
Yeah, I think we're just maybe you're gonna suggest we put it on the next agenda, so we
Yeah, I am,
we need to
and
have it
that's
on the agenda
already
and that
working.
whatever, we need to do that as council members. So we will, I mean, if everybody's okay with it, I say we direct city manager to put it on the agenda next time. And between then and now, he'll look at it from an operation to
Yes.
maybe consult with council too.
I'll vote in favor of that.
Good.
Thank you.
Gotta come back.
Motion
one
made.
more. Yeah, gotta come back one more time. No, like next. Thank you. Next.
Next, I have Brian Wells.
Good evening. I'm Brian Wells at 102 4th Avenue. And Tim, thanks for your presentation tonight. And also, city, thank you for responding to the safety concerns that were raised by a number of citizens. I actually have, it's kind of a number of questions, so I'll just present them and then stop talking and y'all can either answer the questions now or if there's a better way to do it. The temporary stop signs that went up at Live Oak and Fourth Avenue, Robert, I think I saw an email about the initiation of the process to make that a permanent stop signs. So I just wanted to know the timing of that, the process, if that's indeed in the works. Also, there's 3 temporary stop signs, but I'm curious if the permanent solution will be 4. So, okay, yeah. So the other questions, there's 5 more questions. I'm curious about our process for the site inspection for the construction process, projects. Similar to that, the accessibility and review and inspection process, particularly for the downtown sidewalks. Number 3 is, and Tim, and I had asked you this last year and I've just forgotten it. I think you had said the design storm for the storm drains was a 10-year design storm? Okay, and does that apply to the whole system, including the detention ponds and all, or is it not necessarily more complex than that? Okay, that's fine. Then I can route that question via email through Robert. That's fine. And similarly, I was curious about the street reconstruction design life. Okay, thank you. And then last year, we talked a little bit about the idea of replacing the existing water and wastewater in the downtown streets while during the reconstruction. I think that was left off, that was not going to happen, but I was just curious what I never really followed up with that to see what the final decision was. So I was just curious about that. So that's all of my questions. Y'all, Robert, y'all are welcome to, I'm giving back 45 seconds, so.
Okay, the protocol here is your time to address that. We can only do statement of fact or put something on an
Sounds good.
additional agenda. If you send me those questions, we'll get answers to you. That'll be-
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Next item is hearing from planning and zoning. She said no. Oh. You did say no, didn't you? Okay. Where are you going?
I was asked to move this over a little bit so people could see around it. Everybody's looking at my back end. I didn't want that. Good evening, council. My name is Garrett Gutierrez, chairman of Planning and Zoning. Apologize for my appearance tonight. I'm trying to make it to Little League pictures right after this. So there was only, the only one agenda item that carried over to the city council meeting is on a minimum lot size variance of 6,099 square feet instead of 6,500 square feet, a variance of 401 square feet for 201 Gaisley Street, Smithville, city original town site, block 66, lot 1, property ID 20120, property owner Sweeney Projects LLC, agent Logan Sweeney. This property is the first property on the left that you come to when you cross over the second set of tracks headed south on 95. The property is kind of cut off on the end by a ditch and a guardrail and all that stuff. So the property has an odd shape to it. There was no public comment on this. Nobody signed up to speak on it at our meeting. The property owner, Mr. Sweeney, told us that he plans on following all other city ordinances. So for, maximum lot size coverage and setbacks and side yard setback, front yard setback, he plans to follow all those. So the P and Z voted in favor unanimously to approve this so we could have some more affordable housing here in Smithville. That's it. There were some other agenda items on there for our meeting the other night, but they were scratched.
Thank you. Public hearing, anybody signed up to speak?
You can. Are you in the public hearing?
Public, yes, the public hearing.
Okay, I have Brandon Dunham.
So I just read this. Question on document. Hi, Brandon. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I live just down the street from this property. First, I want to say thank you to the city council and P and Z for not allowing the razor wire fence right at the entrance to the south side and allowing for other uses. One concern I do have, I'm not against this project, but as the street or as this set of block continues to develop, that alley that dumps into Prima and Second, a lot of people disregard the fact that you should be stopping as you're entering that road. I personally have almost been hit twice at that intersection by people coming out of the alley. Would like some consideration of some sort of traffic control device at that intersection, just to, as that block continues to develop, it's going to get busier and busier there.
Thank you. Right, public hearing? By public hearing, we have a second public hearing on annexing property described as 3.023 acres situated in Lewis Lomas League, A46 in Bastrop County, Texas, and is comprised of the following tracts: the residential of 0.755 acres in a deed from Wanamami or something Enterprises Incorporated to Joseph Quitta and Peter Quitta, dated November 15th, 1996, and recorded in volume 960, page 74 of the official records of Bastrop County, and as 2.367 acres in a deed from Stephanie Quitta to Joseph Quitta and Peter Quitta, dated September 21st, 2021, and recorded in Clark file number 2021-20673 of the official records of Bastrop County owners, City of Smithville. And then I'm gonna close. Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and go back into the open meeting and discussion and action on an ordinance for a minimum lot size variance of 6,099 square feet instead of 6,500 square feet, a variance of 401 square feet for 201 Gasly Street, Smithfield City, original town site, block 66, lot 1, property ID 20120, property owner Sweeney Projects LLC, agent Logan Sweeney. Any questions?
Entertain a motion?
Ready?
Mayor, I move we approve the ordinance for minimum lot size variance of 6,099 square feet instead of 6,500 square feet. A variance of 401 square feet for the 201 Gasly Street, Smithfield City, original town site, block 66, lot 1, property ID 20120, property owner Sweeney Projects LLC, agent Logan Sweeney.
Gonna read this.
It's the variance.
You want me to amend your motion for you?
Yeah, I thought I did it right. Please correct me.
No, I'm just saying, I think the one thing that I think we need to ask is the applicant circled that there aren't special conditions. I think there are special conditions. So I think that needs to be part of the motion whenever.
I missed that. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I'm just saying, whenever you read the 5 things, I think we just need to
Just read
state
the
that
variance.
do
thought
you
I
have it
read
in
the
front of you?
variance.
The variance will not, yeah, there you go.
Be contrary to public interest.
Request contrary to public interest, and then
Bottom part is good now. We don't need to learn that. Just
So I got to fill in this blank.
No, you already read the variance. Go ahead and go with the bottom. I mean, the part that's there.
I move to approve the requested variance reducing the side setback to 10 feet instead of 20 feet. With the following findings, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest, and there are special conditions affecting the applicant's property. And because of the special conditions, little enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. And the variance observes the spirit of the ordinance, and substantial justice is done by granting the variance.
And now a second.
No, point of order. Your description was for a setback. It's actually the variance is for a lot size. So you need to redo it with the lot.
Go back to
size.
the original way I did it and add the A, B, C, D, and E.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey.
I'd like to amend my motion, please, that we approve an ordinance for a minimum lot size variance of 6,099 square feet instead of 6,500 square feet, a variance of 401 square feet for 201 Gasly Street, Smithville City, original town site, lot 66, lot 1, property ID 20120, property owner Sweeney Projects LLC, agent Logan Sweeney. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest, and there are special conditions affecting the applicant's property. And because of the special conditions, literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. And the variance observes the spirit of the ordinance, and substantial justice is done by granting the variance.
Okay, at this time, Councilman Jenkins will abstain. A motion and a second, all in favor? It is approved. Got that? Discussion and action on ordinance adopting code of ethics.
We need to, can I make a motion on the annexation? Don't we need to do that for second reading? We don't? We don't have to vote on that? Okay.
That's later in the presentation. You had to have two public hearings on annexations. This is the second public
Okay.
hearing. Yeah.
Okay, so we're good? Okay, so we're back to ordinance adopting code of ethics. Everybody have time to look over it?
Okay, Council and Mayor, you actually gave a conditional approval back in November of 2024 with some caveats and basically cleaning up some grammatical formatting errors, and as well as how the Ethics Committee, how that was comprised. You assigned Jason Rammel to go back and make those changes. Those changes were made. They're in your council packets. Do you have any comments or questions regarding those changes?
I have one, Jason, please. And I have to find it. It's towards the back. It has to do with when the city manager and or the mayor can enter into an agreement with someone who's been accused. And in one part of it, it says that that they can enter into that agreement in lieu of bringing it to the council. And then another part, I think it says that nothing contained herein shall prohibit the council from requiring it to be presented. So I'm asking you if you would just go and maybe check. We don't have to do it right now, but I think there's some inconsistency, or maybe I read it wrong. Do you know, if somebody comes and files a complaint, can the city manager and or the mayor enter into an agreement with that individual and have it not go to the council?
I think the answer is the council can require it.
That's okay. That is what it says someplace, and then it says other places that the manager, the mayor, as long as that prevails, that the council can require it, then I'm okay.
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, thanks.
Mayor, before he does them, or if we can just open discussion with the motion, but I had one follow-up question. No, it's, we're good. The notes, there was apparently a question about what happens if there's a complaint against the mayor, then the ethics committee equals 2 council members plus a citizen appointed by the mayor pro temp. Is that something that we need to discuss? Is that something that Jason was looking at?
So that's actually a provision that I added because what the direction was, well, let's make it similar to the one that we had in the board's handbook, but the board's handbook only dealt with boards. So you didn't have some of these issues. And so this is why I wanted it to come back, because I did make a little bit more significant changes than just making it match. And so I'm glad you asked, because that's one of the things that, I kind of had to craft, and I want to make sure that everybody's good with it or get comments or what have you.
Well, I remember there's a scenario in here, and I didn't feel strongly enough about it to oppose it because I think the chances that it happened are pretty remote. But I recall there's a situation in which the mayor appoints, and there's not a requirement for the council to approve those appointments. I think it doesn't say that, and I think it probably should say that. But in a situation where the mayor may be the subject, they can appoint the other 2 members. but not themselves. There's just no requirement. Anytime there's a committee put together that's appointed, there's no right to approval. Every other city appointment has an appointment with an approval right. And so I think that any committee that is formed by the mayor ought to have the approval of the council to be consistent. Otherwise, you can have just the mayor or someone else be solely the one that appoints with no approval rights. They could appoint whoever they wanted without consent or approval from the council. I don't feel strongly about it, but it is a gap in there. I mean, I don't know if that's where you were going with it.
No, I just thought it was worthy of bringing up because
Yeah.
it's mentioned in the council packet, but I did not know what you're talking about. I'm curious to.
Do you care if I make a motion? I mean, if I make a motion, I can add that in, and if my colleagues don't want it in there, then they can object to it. I move that we approve as presented with the stipulation that, that every, Jason, where was the section?
So you're looking at 102.053, which is.
Yes, 120, I think it's 05,
It's the,
it's G. It's 102058
8?
G2, where it says the city manager may propose a proposed agreement with the city official.
Oh,
That,
wait, so I thought we were talking about.
we're going to do two
Okay.
changes.
Two stipulations.
We're going to do two changes. The first one, the one I brought up, is the one I just referenced, which is it has to go to the council. That agreement can't be made just by the city manager or the mayor. It has to come to the council.
So it has to come to, everything has to come to the council.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. And the other one, you want to help me with where that was? Because I just remember reading it, but
Yeah,
I'm-
102.053. So that's on the third page.
Yep, I found it. And that's, and so the second amendment to the motion is to make that clarification, that everything has to come to the council, every committee. And then the other is that any appointments made have to be approved by the council. So that's the motion, as presented with those two changes.
I will
Well, that-
second that.
We'll add page numbers too.
They were supposed to have page numbers.
Okay, you have that, Jennifer? Okay, motion's made and second, all in favor? And that is approved. Session. All right. Executive session pursuant to section 551071 Texas Government Code, consultation with the attorney regarding legal issues associated with proposed public improvement district PID policy. Okay, then we'll be right back.
Are y'all warm enough now? Or it's cold? Y'all ready?
Are they gonna bring that kind of ethics back? So that you'll just make the changes and it's approved with what you guys are.
In from open session, time is 7:53. Discussion action as a result of the executive meeting is no action taken. Number 15, discussion and action on service plan agreement for the city of Smithville annexing 3.023 acres in the Lewis Lomas League A46.
Okay, council,
15.
what?
We're on number 15.
Yes.
Okay.
Before you can annex any property, you have to have a service plan. The service plan is in your packets.
It's a lot.
There's not a lot to service. It's a big hole. But there will be water, electric, police presence, fire, so forth and such. It's a standard service agreement.
Any questions? Any citizen comments? Okay. Okay, give me a motion. Yes.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the service agreement plan for City of Smithville annexing 3.023 acres Lewis Lomas League A46 as presented.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made and second. All in favor? It is approved. Discussion and action on ordinance to annex property described as 3.023 acres situated in the Lewis Lomas League A46 in Bastrop County, Texas, and it's comprised of the following tracts and residential of 0.755 acres in the deed from Bonamoni Enterprises Incorporated into Joseph Quitta and Peter Quitta, dated November 15, 1996, and recorded in volume 960, page 74 of the official records of Bastrop County, and as 2.367 acres in a deed from Stephanie Quitta to Joseph Quitta and Peter Quitta, dated September 21st, 2021, and recorded in Clark's file number 2021-20673 of the official records of Bastrop County, owner, City of Smithville. I did what?
I'd like to add two things for your information. When a property comes in, annexes into the city limits, it comes in as SF1. We do intend to file for community facilities, change the zoning from SF1 to CF at a later meeting. And the unfortunate thing about this, we annex the property to ourselves, there's no property taxes coming in.
I make a motion that we approve an ordinance to annex property described as 3.023 acres situated in the Lewis Lomas League A-46 in Bastrop County, Texas, and is comprised of the following tracts: the residential of 0.755 acres in a deed from That Enterprise, Inc. to Joseph Quitta and Peter Quitta, dated November 15th, 1996, and recorded in volume 960, page 74 of the official records of Bastrop County, and as 2.367 acres in a deed from Stephanie Quitta to Joseph Quitta and Peter Quitta, dated September 21st, 2021, and recorded in the clerk's file number 2021-20673 of the official records of the Bastrop County, owners, City of Smithville.
I'll second that motion.
Favor? It is approved. All right, we're going to get to number 17. Where did Clara go? Sorry,
He's taking a nap.
she took a nap. Discussion. Discussion and action on ordinance vacating, abandoning, and closing a portion of Lynch Street between Southeast Second Street and Southeast Martin Luther King Drive.
Okay, Mayor and Council, Commissioner Beckett will come up if she needs to, but this is basically abandoning an unopened portion of Lynch Street. that is going to be the future, well, is currently the location of the Precinct 2 Bastrop County Road and Bridge Department. And doing so will allow them to continue on with the renovations of that facility.
Any questions? Commissioner Beckett loves to talk, so anybody have any questions? Go ahead. Okay, and well, thank you for reminding me.
Do you want a motion?
I do.
Mayor, Commissioner Beckett, do you want to talk? Oh, no, no. Yeah.
We are just trying to clean up a situations that's been there, my guess, about 75 years. We're in the process of tearing down our county maintenance facility. And when I came to I got the demolition permit, and it was brought to my attention that the current barn is grandfathered, but it was sitting on 4 lots. So we subsequently replatted it to fix that. And we also discovered that a new building would not meet the setback to Lynch Street that doesn't exist. So the solution, we want to get it all cleared up for the future so that it's done right. I don't have any idea how it came about that we occupied Lynch Street. I've talked to everybody I could think of talking to. I've been told it's been that way about 75 years to everyone's best recollection that's that old. And we have an agreement with the neighbor, if you're concerned, which we were. We have a signed agreement to purchase the 1/2 of Lynch Street from the Rices. So that's not an issue. Because obviously, by law, when you quit claim and abandon, or we vacate and abandon and quit claim, half of that Lynch Street will go to the adjacent landowner, which is Mrs. Rice. And if you see, our entire building where we park our equipment is on the Rice's 1/2 of Lynch Street. So that's resolved. We have a signed agreement to purchase that from them that the family is all good with. The Commissioners Court approved that this morning. So this will clean this up once and for all. And then we'll be submitting our plans for our new building shortly thereafter, if this is approved, which I beg of you to do.
Mayor, I move that we approve the ordinance vacating, abandoning, and closing a portion of Lynch Street between Southeast Second Street and Southeast Martin Luther King Drive as depicted in item 17 on the agenda.
Second.
And Tyrone Washington will not be voting on this. And all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. Thank you. All right, number 18, discussion and action on an annual rate adjustment for the waste management agreement for solid waste and residential bulky trash collection services. Welcome.
Council and Mayor, Mr. Matt Myers is here from Waste Management, Inc. Just to give you a little background, he can go into it further if necessary. We do have a contract with Waste Management, Inc. for solid waste services that expires next year in 2026. In that contract, there's a 5% annual adjustment that we always consider and is impacted by CPI and the cost of diesel fuel, basically. In the past, you've seen Matt here asking for, some exorbitant amount of increase. Hey, no, I'm kidding. 8% last year. This year, the increase, thank you, Jason.
Fine.
Appreciate it. This year, the proposed increase is 1.44%, not the full 5%. I wanted to give you background information that we did budget for the full 5% in the FY 24-25 budget cycle. And if you approve the 1.44% increase, that will net us approximately $23,000 in additional revenue or cost avoidance expense. And we do not plan to pass that on to the citizens at this time. It was baked into the budget. Currently, Waste Management charges us $31.99 for each residential cart pickup. I think we have 1567, how many customers? 1,567 customers. The 1.44% increase will now raise that to a total of $32.45 a month, whereby the Waste Management charges the city. In turn, the city charges each residential customer $48.50. The difference of that direct charge helps pay for the community leaf and limb service and operational costs at the brush dump. We are one of the very few entities in Central Texas that still offers twice a week residential pickup. And that will be a topic for discussion as we move forward onto whether we want to rebid the contract or not at 1 or 2 times a week. We did a survey and it was very close, but it still came out at twice a week preference. But the plans are to do another survey and then make a decision whether we're going to go out to bid. So all that being said, Mr. Matt Myers is here to ask for a 1.44% increase per contract that at this point is not going to be passed on additional cost to the residential customers, or actually all customers, because this is across the board, not only 1.44 for residential, it's commercial as well.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. I'm proud to be your senior county executive for the franchise municipal contract we have for your trash and bulk collection services. So Robbie did a very good job explaining the increase. This calculation that we have set up is a standard we use for most of our contracts. It's weighted 80% for CPI for garbage and trash and 20% towards a Department of Energy index for Gulf Coast Diesel number 2. So the spreadsheet that's on the board for the CPI for garbage and trash, and the review period year over year is November through October, and comparing those 2-year differences. So for the CPI for garbage and trash for November 22 to October 23, it was 583.1. November 2023 to October 2024, 611.2. That was a change of 4.83%. Weighted 80% of that's 3.86%. The good news is the index for the Gulf Coast Diesel number 2 dropped pretty significantly. It was a change of a negative 12.1%. Weighted 20% of that, that's a negative 2.42%, which is subtracted from the 3.86, resulting in this annual rate adjustment calculation of 1.44. So of all the contracts I manage, and we use this formula, this to date is the lowest percentage increase that we've calculated. So right, and again, Robert explained, we're still doing, twice a week, residential trash. The monthly bulk, we can also collect brush, but it has to be bundled. And for the services you provide for your citizens, it is unbundled. So, but for us to pick it up in a rear load truck, which is how we collect the bulk, we need it bundled. So I know there was had a fire at your brush facility last year, and the opportunity to always for residents to put out bundle brushes is always there. And it's a maximum 4 cubic yards, combination of bulk and bundle brush. Majority of what we pick up is bulk though, during that monthly collection.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you for being here. What has a couple of the previous rate and annual rate increases been?
Previous year, it was 3.43%, and the prior year to that, it was 5%.
Okay, thank you.
What happens if we don't approve the rate increase?
This is set up in the contract, there's a 5% cap. So, the last several years I have asked for an additional, increase. This year, I'm not asking for an additional increase. So this is what's set up in the contract, but I'm not asking for any additional.
So the 1.44 is a formality.
That is correct.
Well, and that's something that's important to understand, because in the past, we have had requests for an increase that exceeded the contractual amount. I want to make sure we are obligated to grant this per the contract, provided it's below the 5%. Is that right? So explain to me how we saved $23,000 by paying more.
Certainly. Okay, so the contract renews, I mean, the request is always made in March, April timeframe. We budgeted the full 5% increase thinking that he would come ask for that. And so that created a slot for that 5% increase. Now that he's asking for less, 3.56 less, it's $23,000 difference when you do the math.
But we're not making 23,000.
Oh,
We're
you're-
just
it's
spending
cost
23
avoidance.
less.
Your cost avoidance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, okay.
But you also aren't passing that on to the,
No, I
the
understand, but
customer.
everything that impacts the city impacts all the citizens. So to the extent, yeah, so to the extent that we do anything that raises the cost of a service to the city, whether we formally pass it on to the citizens or not, they're paying for it in the form of a budget somehow. So this 1.44 is contractual obligation, right? Okay, so we really don't have a choice in this. In the prior years, the reason we didn't grant it was because it was in excess of 5. Okay.
Correct. And since I took over in this role in August of 2022, you have a warehouse facility where we have a open top roll-off that contractually we were doing 1 free haul per month. But when I moved into this role, there were some issues with getting the haul done on a turnaround basis, on an on-call. So I went ahead and we've been doing 2 hauls per month on that open top roll-off, and we're not charging for the additional 12 hauls. So that's been a benefit for your citizens to utilize that for dropping off bulk items.
So when we did budget in August and September of last year, and we budgeted 5%, what did we think it was going to be? We just didn't know.
Oh, we did. It's a fixed cost, 1.4 million expense, solid waste services. Do you remember what? It's running through my head.
So
Yeah, you add that 5% to
Okay,
your.
so
budget.
my point was when we budgeted, because we had a fairly contentious budget process this last year, one in which employees went from a 3% COLA down to 1% and we cut some other things. When we did that budget, we had 5% in the budget, right? When we did our budget that was fairly contentious and we were all struggling to figure out how to cut costs in order to not raise the tax rate to the maximum allowable, we had a 5%
Yes.
increase in the budget. Did we know at the time that it was going to be 1.4?
No, sir.
Okay, well, that was my question is when did we know? And I thought your answer was, oh, we knew all along it was going to be 1.4.
no,
And I was
we all
going to say,
knew
well,
all
why did we?
We knew how long it was 5%.
Okay, fair enough. It answered. The second part of this is I know that part of that budget process was we agreed to revisit expenditures for the city budget, not obligating, but revisit that. Would you consider this savings from 5% to 1.4 to be an increase in revenue for the city for purposes of reallocating dollars?
You could reallocate those, yes, but what we needed to do to get from a 1% to 3% may exceed the amount in
Okay.
the extra savings. We're
Fair.
going to look at that
Okay.
next month.
Fair enough. All right. I don't have any other questions.
Or somebody else got a question for him? Can you give me a motion? Somebody? The 1.4% amount.
I make a motion to, based on the request of 1.44% increase in the current residential and commercial garbage rates, that we approve that rate structure.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor? Great. Do you raise your hand? All is approved.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions about the current?
Thanks for coming.
Ah,
Start sharpening those pencils, contract renewals coming.
Absolutely. We will certainly do that.
I can tell you, I'm going to pass this on, and you've seen it on Nextdoor and Facebook and some things that we forward to you, that the citizens really do appreciate the staff that you have here picking up trash.
Yeah, Richard Reyes is a big,
Yeah.
valuable asset. He's been a long-term driver with us. And those are, they always add value.
Yeah.
Being the long-term drivers.
and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Everyone have a good evening.
Safe drive.
Okay, will do. Thanks.
Next item, discussion and action on an interlock agreement, ILA, with Bastrop County Collaborative for Housing Plus Health project to engage in the planning and pre-development work to increase access to affordable housing in Bastrop County as a pathway to improving health equality.
I'm going to give this to Miss Jill. She's been heavily involved in this $750,000 grant that St. David's Foundation gave us.
Take it away, Jill.
Okay. So as Robert just said, it's $750,000 from St. David's Foundation it's called Housing Plus Health. What we're working with is a Bastrop County collaborative. We've got about 20 organizations, government entities, nonprofit organizations that are interested in working together to work on this collaboration. What basically we're looking at is, and we also at the city, the Commissioners Court this morning, they also approved the grant management firm that will be working with us, pending negotiations with them to be able to get started. So we're really starting to get moving on this whole project. The idea is to look at all of the housing types of needs that are out there, to look also at all of the developable properties that are in the county, to start using the community organizations and community members to figure out what are the priorities for the types of housing to meet the needs, the demand that's out there, as well as what kinds of things we can do for those developable properties, whether they're green space right now or if they're got a building that just needs to be redeveloped. And looking across the entire spectrum of all of that need. So it's quite a large project all the way across. We'll be trying to prioritize the properties and then work on the whole PS&E to try to work on the environmental issues and historic issues and take the top 1 or 2 properties with an engineering firm to be able to just hand off a package to a developer so that they can just start right there. Hopefully we'll have an architectural drawing, things like that. So it'll just be ready to go. So we'll find it, we can just have that out there for developers to pick up, and that'll take care of a whole lot of their costs to be able to start movement on that project. So what we have is an interlocal agreement with the city to be able to work with this project. The county is the lead agency. As the city of Smithville, we are in a strong supportive role. We're the only entity that came up in of all of the other collaborators that was willing to provide the type of hours that might be required for managing to work on this grant program. So we are, with this interlocal agreement, we are bringing in $15,000 out of the grant for Smithville for purposes of working on the grant project.
How much time do you expect to have to dedicate to this?
I'm thinking well, I haven't calculated the whole thing in my head yet, but it's going to be probably, I would guess, if we're talking about, can I get back with you on it exactly? I don't want to just come off the.
Yeah, I mean, I realize that we're getting $15,000 for it, but I'm just trying to, part of the discussion later on tonight and one of the strategic initiatives will be about expanding the economic development department and getting you some more help. That's why I was wondering if you had put a pencil to how many hours it might require of your staff. So you're not there yet.
Yeah, no, but it is, I think I think it'll be fair. I am keeping track of my hours to be able to figure out, and we're going to be moving into another stage to be able to get that in the next 9 months. We'll be moving a lot faster and quicker and doing that. But the role is really a lot more kind of an oversight, making sure that all the pieces are working together. So it's not as time intensive as some other projects might be.
Yeah, I've been talking with Donna Nichols, who's kind of the spearhead for this and she has now moved with Amy. What's Amy's last name?
Mills.
And Amy's kind of taken over a lot of this, and I've been on a lot of the Zoom calls with them. This is a great project, and this will be a path forward for affordable housing, which we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. Right. And as one of our economic development issues, we really need to, work into that.
Couple quick questions, Joe. One is duration till December 25, so that's when it finishes.
Sure.
And then the reference to designate at least one representative, is that you? Or is there going to be somebody else that we designate as a representative?
Well, at this time, it's me. And certainly if we need to look and see if there's another, depending on.
So when we designated a person, we had an application process a few months ago. We designated someone to work on the task force, the Bastrop County Public Health Task Force. That's a totally different.
Different
representative.
project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think the rest of the language in the ILA is pretty boilerplate.
I make a motion that we approve the interlocal agreement with Bastrop County Collaborative for Housing and Health Project to engage in planning and pre-development work to increase access to affordable housing in Bastrop County as a pathway to improving health equity.
I'll second that motion.
A motion's been made in second. All in favor? 1, 2, it is approved.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Jill, for all your hard work. Discussion and action on renewal of the PHI CARES Air medical contract.
All right, Mayor and Council, this is something we've done, I believe, 3 years now. It's time to renew this air ambulance contract with PHI Air. It's based on a number of households that you have in the community. They charge $8.50 per household. And this is based back to how many utility accounts we have. So there's 1,894 utility accounts. Of those accounts, there were 362 Medicaid eligible households that don't qualify for the program. So you do the math, 1,894 subtract the 362 that don't qualify, and you get a total contract cost of $13,022. This is 37 more households and about, you do the math, $200 or $300 more than last year's proposal. If you've never taken an air ambulance ride, have the pleasure to do so. I haven't either, but in the metropolitan area, $10,000 to $15,000. In the rural area, $45,000 to $50,000. This policy, I find, is a benefit to every person who may have to take that ride. It'll cover the cost 100% if you live within the Smithville city limits while you're inside Bastrop County. There is a buy-up option for $30 a household. We had 4 people exercise that option last year, so you're covered anywhere in the United States. Although you don't have a choice, you know, if Starflight comes and you want PHI, you better take what you can get.
You don't get that choice.
For sure. But if you do this, it will be valid, if you approve the contract, it will be valid till April 30th, 2026. There were 4 air ambulance flights from Smithville within the city limit proper. So it's already been a benefit to those people who have taken that ride. Any questions?
How many people have taken it or had to utilize it?
4.
Well, I thought you were saying 4 bought up.
Oh, no, 4 did the buy-up plan, but those weren't the 4 who
Same 4, okay, different.
got transported, different
Just
4.
Big
Yeah.
4 is the number, okay.
Yeah, so everyone in your household is covered. But if they're Medicare, they're not covered, but they do get reimbursed by the state. So that's how they came up with the $850 per house.
Want a motion?
Yep.
Move we approve the PHI CARES medical contract for an annual cost of $13,022.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been made in second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approved. Discussion and possible action on short-term rental updates and hotel occupancy and tax collections. Take it away, Robert.
Easier for me to go out there. What you think? I don't want to stretch my neck. We'll break it. Okay, council, mayor, and citizens, we've been working on this for quite some time. I want to thank my staff for the deep dive that they took to get this information. Go ahead, next slide. So the question is, this is an overview of the hot tax. You know, all those people or property owners who are subject to hot tax. That's short-term rentals, that's hotels, that's bed and breakfasts. We engaged with Avenue Insights a year and a half ago to do a short-term rental platform. Since then, they have revised that platform. They've transferred from what was called Hamari to another platform, which is much more user-friendly. During that transition, it was difficult to get information, but we're finally, I believe they're 95% done with the new platform. And this is one of the capabilities of that platform. It'll tell you where all your people subject to hot taxes are. So we have 39. um, properties that are subject to hot tax. And you can drill down, the tool will allow you to drill down into each of those properties, but we're going to do that later if we can get onto the platform and if you want to see it. Next slide. Okay, so going into that platform and extracting all of this, we come up with a list of 39 people who are subject to hot tax. And you'll see the name of the Airbnb or the hotel or the bed and breakfast, the address, their STR status, whether they're active or inactive. The interesting thing about STRs is they come and go. It's a constantly moving set of properties that you have to keep up with. We do have, of the active list of 39, there are 6 that are inactive. The property owner decides to take it off the market for whatever reason, so that it goes to an inactive status. We did recently implement, the council said that it would cost, they set a short-term rental permit fee of $150. Before you could really start putting teeth to your policy, to this platform, you had to do a short-term rental ordinance, which we did, and I'll talk about that in a moment. We did send notice out the 15th of January to all of the 39 STRs. Actually, there's 37 because hotels and bed and breakfast don't have to have a permit. And we gave them instructions on how to file for your annual permit. And folks are doing that as we speak. We're going to give them another month and try to motivate them with notification before pulling any hammers. It's not to penalize people. This is a new process. It's going to take time. Same thing with the delinquent, who's paid, who hasn't paid, who's current, who isn't. Next slide. So I've already talked about the number of property owners. 79% of the short-term rentals are active with a 42% occupancy rate. And I'll talk about that from the dashboard in a moment. 86% of the short-term rental properties are operating without a permit. This isn't malicious. We changed the requirement, and now we're getting people notices so they can comply and file for that permit and or start paying their taxes. 57% of the STR owners are delinquent and hot. Next. So we talked about hot, and this has already been brought up. The first quarter was 16,907. If you extrapolate that out from the current run rate, you get 67,628. Not going to spend a lot of time because he's already talked about what we're going to do with that money. The fact here is that the hot taxes are 7%, but if you pay early, you get a 1% discount. Okay. Here's a screenshot from the dashboard. Again, a lot of information, much more user-friendly. You can drill down into the majority of those boxes. There is a difference between rentals. I'm going to go up here so I can point. And as I said, this is always in flux. So this has been updated since I did this presentation. Now we have 40. You'll see rentals versus listings. Of these 40 STR owners, they have multiple listings on multiple platforms. VRBO, Airbnb, I don't know some of the other names, but that's what that's reflecting. And given the last results, we have a 42% occupancy rate, okay? So all of our STRs that are being rented, they're 42% occupied. Ideally, you would like that to 85 to 100%, but that's going to take some time, and it fluctuates with what's going on in your community. Why are people coming here? Yes. We also, the question was over what time period? I believe it's monthly, right, Jennifer? Or is it static? It moves every day.
It's all the time.
It's all the time.
It'd be all the time.
Yeah.
That'd be the step.
Yeah. So the money that I showed you in the prior chart, the 16,000, go back to the chart, Jennifer. So the efforts that we've taken to try to identify and go after the people and help people get their STR registered and start paying taxes, you can already see a benefit by what we're doing, even year over year. FY23 is 45,000, 24 was 50,000, and we're projected to do close to 70,000 on the ones that we're tracking now. Go next chart. If you take a look at the projected revenue, if you get everybody that's supposed to be paying and registered and signed up at the current occupancy rate of 42%, the projected revenue is $137,000. If you get everybody to play, and this is annual receipts, and you have an 85 or greater percent occupancy rate, the potential revenue is 205. Are we there yet? No. That's going to be a function of working with STR and tracking this down as we migrate the new processes and the new owners and getting people registered and getting their delinquent taxes paid. Questions? Hit the button. Okay, I've already talked about potential revenue. We're going to continue to drive compliance through identification, communication, and collection of delinquent accounts. Okay, that's my update, I think. Any more slides? That's it. Oh, also, yeah, again, static. How many permits have been filed? 6 new permits. So it is daily. It happens every night, the update to this platform. Okay, questions?
She coming in hot.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you coming up here for?
I like how you rolled back though.
Yeah, she rolled. Come on.
Really, now that she walked off.
Thank you. Forgot I had this one.
Thank you. Any questions? I think it's a tool that's working. No, what's wrong, Mitch? Oh.
The one thing yeah, there's no motion, but the one thing I will say is Robert's projection of 17,000, October, November, December are the seasonally low months. So he used a straight line. So I think he took the 17 times 4 to get the 67. It'll probably be higher than that because the spring, the summer, and the early fall will be higher occupancy and higher revenue numbers. So I'd be surprised if that number is not closer to $90,000.
Friends and family that are in the business are indicating a definite uptick. So could be a really good night. Are you feeling it?
And we're seeing that with sales tax as well. We had a record number of sales tax receipts for February that go back to sales in December, to Tom's point about the holidays. $117,000 in receipts. We've never seen anything like that. Don't mean to sound like Trump, I'm sorry. But where did that come from? Move on, we're good.
Oh, where are we? Discussion and action on appointment, reappointment of members to the Smithfield Library Board. Hello, Judy.
Hello, you know I'm not going to come up here without telling a story, right? No. Tonight's story is about our teens. We've had some active teen programs at the library. We've got about a dozen student age, junior high school age students that have been coming once a month. And some of them have come extra times when we've done some special video projects that we've been working on. And those kids are getting an education, hands-on education in some of the digital technologies that they might not get to see if they're just looking at their phones all the time. So it's been an amazing thing to see. But at the last program that we had with the team from the University of Washington, we told them how we were going to set it up. And we had some new kids that were homeschooled, so they didn't know a lot of the kids that come from the junior and high school. And I said, when you break up into teams, we're probably going to split you up from your friends so that you can work together and you can learn new things. And I heard a comment from one of the kids, I don't have any friends. And so I was like, okay. When they left that night, they were hugs all around. between those kids. And they've been getting together for social activities since then. And that was a couple months ago. That was in January that we did that. So just the ability, not only are they learning new technologies, but they're also making new friends. And it's pretty incredible to see. So, and what, yes. So,
And I think it's important to point out that you appointed a team.
and one of those teens is
This together.
yes, that I could finally fill that vacancy on the advisory board that we had reserved for a teen, and it is one of those teens that comes to teen night every night. And Brianna Lewis is that teen. She is active in a lot of her social functions at school. She's a great student. She's also active in church groups and other community organizations, and now she's active in library programs as well. So I think she will be a good representative of the teen population. And she's also excited about the possibility of starting a subcommittee of teens that can help her gather the information to bring to the board. The other two individuals that I met with the mayor and we discussed, these are good candidates for this board. And so I am asking you to approve the place 7 candidate, Lacey Schwanke, is, she holds a master's degree in library and information science. She's an educator at Smithville High School. So here's another connection with the kids that we can have with her. So an important person to have on the board. And then Brianna Lewis, I spoke to you about. And then Gene Lopez is a retired RN. He has been active in our library programs regarding the Libraries for Health. And he also has contacts at Towers Nursing Home. He volunteers there regularly. That's a place that the library visits on a regular basis. So we're going full circle with these candidates. Any questions?
And I see you have your shirt on, Southside.
I do, Southside Pride. We'll be here next month.
Something with the teens, videoing has led into the Southside Project, Southside Pride Project, to get everybody's story heard. And so I think that's really a great concept for people to tell their stories.
Yeah, and for the teens to be able to hear those stories. They're going to be working the cameras, they're going to be doing some of the interviewing, but there will also match other people to do the interview, and the kids will be working the cameras, and for them to hear those stories so that we can help pass on the Smithville stories. That's one of the goals of these programs.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the appointments to the Smithville Library Board of Lacey Swanke for place 7, Brianna Lewis, place 8, Gene Lopez, place 9.
Motion been made and second. All in favor? Approved. Thank you, Judy,
Thank
for
you.
your hard work. Discussion and action on a resolution for submission of the CapCog Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Grant. Hello, Jill.
Hello. Okay, so I apologize. I was working on 3 grants all at the same time. They were all due 1 week after another, and I was working on 2 of them that had grant matches, and this one was not a grant match. When I came to you last month and asked for the resolution that included a 20% match, I was mistaken about how that worked. It was actually a cap of 80% of the previous grant award. And so it comes out to $80 difference. So what this resolution does is correct that error. So it's not a match. We won't have any money to put into it at all. It's just that we could only request funds up to 19,920. Yeah, so that corrects that number in the resolution.
Ready for motion? Make the motion that we approve the replacement resolution just presented.
Second.
Motion been made and second. All in favor?
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jill. Discussion and possible action on an update of a strategic initiatives voluntary assignment to each council member. Councilman Jameson, take it away.
Mayor, before I start on that, a question or point of order back on item number 21 where we didn't have action. For some reason, I'm looking at a consulting services agreement. Is that something that we needed to do?
That was just part of the background information, how we selected Avenue Insights and what services we have with them. Sales and use tax, short-term rental platform, and then discovery and recovery for short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. So on the screen is a statement that I wanted to make regarding the discussion guideline here, and as a recap and guideline for any discussion and possible action tonight. All of these initiatives were voluntarily assigned or voluntold, depending on. So anyway, I was going to remind everyone here that's watching out there at the late hour that we're getting to, that our discussion is a result of a new process that we've been experimenting with to identify and prioritize issues that we want to focus on over the near term, which we've kind of defined as the next 6 to 9 months. And I'd like to acknowledge that tonight there's a difference of opinions on several of these initiatives and whether we should wait to allow the budget process or comprehensive plan process to address them. I fully expect that some of these will receive support for action tonight, and others might end up being delayed. I don't have any specific knowledge on any of these items except for what's included in the packet. For those of us who did provide a counselor report or update, this process is designed to be fully transparent so that our discussion and debate tonight will inform the citizens where each of us stand on each item as we perform our duty to set policy for the city. So to keep it simple, without objection, I'd like to follow the order established in my recap email from the February meeting. That follows on the next page. There it is. So I'll start with the first one about economic development because it was first on the list and that one's mine. Is that the one we're using or the? Okay, you can use this sample. You've got it? Well, all right, the one I've got may be a little bit more expansive than that one. That was the sample that I'd provided for us to follow, but so the description, to describe the initiative or the opportunity, it is to improve, expand, identify additional resources for economic development, department structure, strategy, and KPIs. And additionally, and this was a separate item that was combined into this one, discuss the possibility of bringing the HOT proceeds and administration in-house. Why is this important? Part of the acknowledgement that we need to make in terms of the financial situation for the city of Smithville right now is that we have limited budget funds available at a minimum to maintain current service levels to the community, much less develop the tools needed to manage growth and increase revenue. And I don't know if that's what's up there. I apologize if I'm reading something different. The potential restrictions by the state that we have on increasing property tax rates, it's possible, and I don't know if Councilman Jenkins may have an update on that, but there is an initiative that says that municipalities and other entities cannot raise the property tax rate without going to the citizens and achieving a 2/3 vote of approval. So that definitely impacts the way that we normally go through our budgeting process. There is substantial opposition in the community to increased fees or taxes. Additional increased revenue streams are needed, or as Councilman Etheridge is fond of saying, we need to make the pie bigger. There is a potential, and I would have to see if Jill's got an update on that. There she is. Of a potential for participation in the Main Street program, which has been resurrected to my knowledge. I'm not sure about that, but at least in the past, that required a full-time equivalent, an FTE, in order for us to qualify for the benefits and resources that can be extended from participation in the Main Street program. This is probably an opinion. this next one, that the current Economic Development Department is presently stretched thin, which is one of the reasons I asked that question about how many hours would have to be dedicated in that program that despite the fact that we're getting $15,000 for it, do we have the capacity and how much time would it take? So I ask my colleagues on the council, this is part of what we have to decide going forward, and for the sake of our citizens and the feedback that we've received and are continuing to receive because we're in an election season now. Does the council agree that additional resources should be allocated to invest in expansion and development with a focused approach to increasing sales tax and property tax base revenue through economic development? And what I'm saying is the question is not, do we have the resources available, but if we do prioritize this, we have to find the resources either through reallocation or prioritization of the budget process or through grant acquisition. And that's part of us deciding as a council, what is our position on growth? Are we acknowledging, and I'm putting out statements out here for discussion, are we acknowledging that growth is coming and we need the tools in place to manage it? Do we want growth to come, which is a pro-growth approach, or are we anti-growth, which there is a constituency out there that does not want any growth here in Smithville? So as a council, we've got to decide what direction that we want to go. And with that, I'll open it up to any comments from my colleagues on that.
I'll go first. First of all, whether you want growth or not, I feel like you can probably talk to anybody and know that the answer to that is it's coming anyway. We're going to get it. It's coming. And again, my thought on that is what's more important than whether it's coming, because I think that's a moot point. I think, how do we manage it? How do we get ahead of that curveball and do what we need to do to prepare for the growth that's coming? That's one of my feelings on this. I was revisiting the Economic Development Strategic Plan that's currently in place from 2021. I know Robert had a note about it in some of his information he provided to us. But really, the 7 main goals in there really are still very relevant and current. And I think we could go back and visit that plan again and maybe either expand on some of those committees that were formed, or just, there's some really good data in that plan. You know, you've got your increased market awareness beyond Smithville. Yep, we want to do that. Facilitate a range of housing opportunities. That's a big issue on our plate. Guiding development adjacent to Highway 71. Focus the industrial attraction to the Highway 7195 Industrial Park. Continue the downtown revitalization. Enhance the experience of the Colorado River and Gasly Creek. So those are the 6, and then just you know, continue to monitor and update. But I do think that's relevant. So I'm just saying, Mitch, I think that could become part of this whole equation in terms of, you know, looking at some data we already have and seeing what's still relevant, and maybe building upon that a little more to get some of those answers.
Thank you.
I'll go next. You know, I'll jump ahead a little bit. I have a little paper here later. I can hit on it now. I think there's 2 considerations when we talk about growth. Councilmember Meeks hit on one of them, which is the inevitability of it. I think any small town that finds itself straddling a major highway, whether it's Pflugerville, Round Rock, Georgetown, whether it's Leander, Cedar Park, Liberty Hill, Dripping Springs, Spicewood, Oak Hill, Buda, Kyle, Bastrop now, our community is going to be changed by growth, whether we like it or not, because our proximity to that highway is so close that we're going to be changed. And so in my view, development is going to continue to spill over eastward from Bastrop, and eventually, you know, likely if the city isn't proactive with annexation, there'll be large developers that'll find 3, 4, 5, 600 acres. They'll tie it up, they'll do a mud, and they'll create their own utility company. And when they do that, the city of Smithville loses the only leverage we really have, which is wastewater. And as much as I enjoy the bucolic small town life, if I would have wanted to be in Austin, I would have stayed in Austin. I grew up in a small town in Pflugerville. I like Smithville. I think that the second part of growth, besides what Councilmember Meek said, is the city has already, to answer Mitch's question, I think the city council has already taken tangible steps to say it does want economic development, and it does want growth. And the examples that I would cite include, one, we have established the highest stack ranking value to economic development in the city manager's annual job performance. If you'll remember when we talked about that, 30% of his performance weighting is based on how well he accomplishes economic development. That is a powerful, tangible statement the city council has made, showing you how highly we value economic development. The second is we've committed $300,000. It's not our money, it's through grant, but we've committed both human resources and dollars to a comprehensive planning process. A core component of that being, how are we going to manage growth and what's our town going to look like? You cannot separate population growth from economic development and growth when you have a really small geographic footprint with very few vacant infill parcels. The third example would be the commitment of resources and staff and consultants to invest in the feasibility study and subsequently the planning for the expansion of our wastewater plant. Those are three significant, tangible steps that the city council and the city manager have taken specifically to support economic development. The most significant of that involves population growth. So to me, the question isn't whether or not the town is embracing growth. I think people have different definitions for what that growth should look like, and that's fair. I've always said that it's a trade-off. We can choose not to do an enclave, or we can choose not to annex land on 71, or we can choose not to grow. But there's a consequence to that. And on 71, somebody's going to develop that property. And when they develop it, it's going to change our life here in Smithville because we're only a mile and a half from 71. And so why not take advantage and get the literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in perpetuity through an annuity and sales tax and property tax that benefit our town and help us mitigate some of the inevitable increases in taxes and utility fees that are come from depreciation of infrastructure and just basic inflation. So I've spoken enough about that. It's somewhat repetitive, but I do think that we've already made a commitment to grow. The question is how. And for those that say the town is, there's a debate about whether we've gotten too big. Budget is an easy thing to look at because obviously budgets have grown. But if you look at I think we have a $15 million budget, 14.9, something like that. Call it 15.
60.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just use round numbers and say it's $15 million. 49% or 40% of that number is payroll personnel, like $5.7, $5.8 million, including benefits. And another 10% is our annual debt service, about $1 million in 2024, 2025. So when you start talking about, can we get small? We can't really afford to get small, to be honest, unless you're going to go along there and decide which of the 20 employees or 25 employees or 30 employees that you're going to lay off, because that's where the meat is. If you really want to change the absolute size of the budget, you're going to have to go to personnel and headcount, and you're going to have to go to reduction in services. And I haven't felt that vibe from the community when I'm out there. They want us to be judicious, but they don't want us to shrink.
Thank you, Tom.
All of those are great points. I think a lot of those have been made over and over. We've talked about this kind of ad nauseum for the past 2 or 3 months. I'll just speak right now. The water and wastewater are those grants. We will know something within probably, well, when we did it was 6 months. So we're 3 more months out. We're waiting to see. And then at that point, it'll be a deal of moving forward to see if we get them, then we're steady on. If we don't, then we have to find another way to do it. And yes, the thank you. Anyway, the people that are up above us are voting to restrict how we can do things like this. The C of O, right now, there's a bill that may pass or may not. I don't know. I know it did go into committee that wants to make it so that we have to bring it to a vote, to the voters. We can't do a C of O without doing that. Or it's got to be 2/3 of a council, which us would be 4 out of 5. So there's a lot of things happening in the legislature that's going to affect what we do moving forward. Some of it may just all go away, but land use right now is a big thing in the Senate. And that is what is going to affect us, is how we use our land moving forward, or what is the plan we have moving forward? What do we want? Where do we want it? Do we want apartments on 71? Do we want, mixed use? What do we want and how do we want it to plan out? I think the comp plan is going to make that. We're supposed to get something, I think in the next 2 or 3 months, they're 65% out. We're supposed to get some preliminary stuff from that. I think looking at that will let us decide, okay, do we need to move forward now and make some sort of ordinance? What do we need to do? The other thing I'll talk about is the impact fees. They're with the lawyer right now, and that's another thing that the legislature is looking at, about how impact fees are implemented. It's not going to be about, oh, well, this is what we need to build and this is how we need to offset it. They're looking to make it so you cannot combine those two together. And if that is supposed to go into one of the House subcommittees soon.
Let me ask, if I can ask Councilman Jenkins real quick, was that, so that have they modified the requirement on the 2/3 vote to be of the council or if it's of the citizens?
It's it's a moot point right now, which way they go with it. They don't know. Right now, they're going to want a 2/3. What is on the bill is a 2/3 of a vote, but
Of
they're
of citizens.
of the citizens.
Okay.
But they are also looking at making it a part where you have to have a majority or something like that on your council or something.
I was talking about the MLK and the sidewalks. I believe it's already in the works, right, Drill? Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Thank you,
just to
Jill.
clarify this process, we were going to discuss each initiative individually, and so we've moved into each counselor taking on their own projects at once, which is fine with me. We haven't decided on the first initiative about economic development if there's any action that we want to take. So what I'm sensing is that we've moved forward into the other issues. Am I getting that correct? So I'm fine with modifying that process. We were going through a discussion on comments on where we feel like we are in terms of a need to make adjustments, modifications, allocate new resources to the economic development department, assuming that we all agreed that we're acknowledging growth is coming and we need the tools to manage it. Are we going to prioritize that in the expansion of the economic development department so that the additional resources are there, which we can account for, either prioritizing or reallocating in the budget process? And we would need to get that a start on that. So does that help clarify any?
To me, what Kathy said at the first, that the system that was in place seems to be working. We're looking with the comp plan. I think right now, until we get more information, and I think that's going to come in the next 2 or 3 months, then when we start on that.
Well, Mitch, we couldn't, honestly, how do you expand the economic development department without the kind of funds we need? And we just don't have them.
Well, that's
It would
exactly.
be have to be grant driven. And then there are some, the governor's office has their program. There's numerous, I know Jill knows all about this, but this is just what I was reading. Community impact grants, there's other existing tools. And I spent some time with Janice too, talking about these grants. So if we could apply for some grants to get you a part-time economic development person, I mean, maybe not, try to expand to a department or anything like that this year. Maybe that's,
And I appreciate that perspective, and that's exactly the point, because if we feel like that we're going to have to drive economic development to increase sales tax revenue and the property tax base through growth of heads and beds, then is it something that we think we need to do in terms of prioritizing it in the budget process now? Because if we say this is something we want to do, then we would give direction for the budget preparation, basically to say to the city manager, find the money, whatever it might be. And that might include taking away from other departments. I mean, that's a decision that we've got to make, and that's what I'm putting forth here. And there's a potential motion that I would make here to have a task force to and it's not updated on that. What I put in the packet earlier didn't make it. But for instance, the potential action is a motion to create a task force, including Jill with economic development. And then I would certainly want to volunteer for it. And then Kathy, since you also have a role in the Chamber Economic Development, you would be on it. And then maybe reaching out to the career tracks, because they have a place in economic development, and either get Joanna Morgan or Janice to be a part of that. And that task force would develop a strategy statement with recommendations to council for discussion and action at the April meeting. So that action, potential action at that point would be, say, let's make this a part of the budget process so that we can look at opportunities or alternatives on how to fund it.
Let me add one other thing. I always think I agree. I'm a big proponent of economic development. That's no mistake, no secret. But I do think that council is here to make policy. City manager and city staff is here to execute on that. It's a fine line I think it's appropriate to say we want to prioritize economic development. I think we've done that through the performance plan or performance development plan for the city manager. We have prioritized economic development above everything else. I think wastewater and infrastructure may be 25% weighted, if I remember right, and economic development's 30. So I think it's incumbent on the council to set policy, and a policy statement would be that we want to grow. We want the geographic boundaries of the town to grow, and these are the reasons why. And I articulated a few of those before, some of the benefits, and one of them you did, which is there's some inevitability that you don't really have a choice, that if you don't grow proactively, then your lifestyle is going to change and you're going to lose some of the financial benefits because you didn't get out in front of it. But I would suggest that, that we prioritize policy statements with goals and then challenge the city manager to meet those goals. And as opposed to us trying to tell city manager how to structure his department, that we tell him what we expect in the outcomes, and then it's up to the city manager to decide how to structure that. And we can advise and consent to the extent that, we're engaged about whether we have the right skill sets. I do think that there's a unique skill set when you move from the type of economic development that Smithville has historically engaged in to one that I think we're going to be subjected to as Bastrop grows. It's just a whole different level. They've got Chipotle's and Sprouts, and it's just a whole different level of economic development that's taking place in Bastrop that 10, 15 years ago, they would have never dreamed of having a Chipotle and a Roadhouse and a, Chewy's and all of the kind of contemporary development that's happening there. So, that would be my bias is
So in a
the
nutshell-
policy statements.
Is in a nutshell, you're saying that we don't need to go to the effort of creating a task force or subcommittee. You're saying, let's take the bull by the horns as a council and make a policy statement.
I mean, my thing on annexation is simply recognizing that the town has already decided that we need to grow or we want to grow. And I gave some examples, some tangible steps we've taken to prove that we want to do that. The question then becomes, how are we going to, what are the goals associated with that? What's a policy or a strategy for that? And then the city manager's job is to figure out what kind of people he needs, how many he needs, and what their skill set needs to be in order to accomplish that. I have no opposition to task forces and engaging people. All the people you mentioned, I think, are very qualified.
And I feel a comp plan is dealing with that. I feel the economic development our city manager is dealing with. I don't know what else you want to engage in. I feel the city manager is engaging in economic development. Jill is working with economic development. I don't understand why we need something else to keep up with when we're already engaging in this.
For me, the question is not engagement, is the capacity there, are the resources there to get the results that we need in a faster timeframe?
I can answer that question to Councilmember Etheridge's point. Our budget ship has sailed this year. Unless you want to cut services or something else, we're not going to be able to bring a temporary or get some type of a economic development resource in. And I'd like to remind everybody, we're 3 to 4 months out from starting the budget process again. So all these are perfect things to meld in to continue to, as we move forward, navigating next year's budget and completing the tasks, projects and
Already
plans that
assigned for this budget.
we've already identified.
We've already identified for this budget, so why would this not
For which budget?
presently?
The current
in
budget.
the
Yeah,
current
I'm not
budget?
talking about, this is about planning for next year's budget. This is, we're doing the advanced work now. I understand we have a budget. I'm not trying to expand the current budget. And I apologize if that's the impression that I've made. This is about, if we choose to prioritize this, then we need to set forth and or make a policy statement, as Councilman Etheridge said, that says during the budget preparation process, which is the next strategic initiative, then that would be a priority so that the city manager can incorporate it into that budget proposal. And yeah, it could very easily mean that we've got to reallocate resources from other departments. That's why I'm trying to tee it up now.
Well,
But
and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do think it's really, really important to have these difficult conversations because like Robert said, in three months, we're going to start this process. And we all know that once this process starts, I'll be citizen Tom. I won't be council member Tom this next time. But I'm still council member for another 60 days or a little less than that. We all kind of know what's coming. We talk around it. We know the growth is coming. We all have our own ideas. We need to do wastewater. We need to, have a comp plan. We need to have potentially financing policies around PIDs and TERS and all the different financing vehicles that cities use to manage growth. TERS. Some cities would refer to them as TERS. Yeah, I know. It is. Yeah. That's a different kind of financing vehicle.
I
So,
think it's an important issue.
Yeah.
We do. And then Robert sends out for each one of us to outline the things that the direction you want him to go for the next budget cycle. I feel these are things you can list and we work them out and we give it.
that's in the next strategic.
Let me finish the thought real quick. And that is, Robert knows what these issues are and these challenges are. He also knows how very expensive these things are. He has got to start now because the budget process will start formally pretty soon. He's got to start thinking about if we're going to achieve the objectives that we all believe are out there in managing growth, he's going to have potentially a different way of spending money. He's got to find ways to spend money on different things than perhaps he's spent them on in the past. And where are you going to get those dollars? And I think Mitch's point is, does it help to engage a small group of people to help try and brainstorm that and come up with ideas? I don't know. I just know that this growth is coming and we're going to look back in 2 or 3 years and we're going to regret not having gotten out in front of this and done some bold things now. That's what I think.
Mayor, for the sake of expediency, I'll try and close this down. But I do appreciate one of the purposes of doing this is that we have this kind of discussion and we address the hard questions and that the people get to hear us address it so that they know where we stand on this. But given the feedback that's here, again, I appreciate the discussion because it sets the table. I sense that there's no action needed to be taken here and I'm willing to move on to the next initiative.
Can I say one more thing, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Under item number 1, for, I don't have to read it to everybody. It's right up there. The second part of that is bringing HOT back into in-house.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that.
And I just want to say that I don't want to do that. I mean, yes, I'm involved in the chamber, and I think I can speak on behalf of Caroline and Craig, who's our other member of our executive committee, that's for another discussion because I'm really probably going to get on my soapbox.
No,
But
and you're
I fully believe that if we can continue to present what this chamber is doing and capable of doing in our goals and objectives, my colleagues will agree to keep it with the chamber and not bring it back to the city.
that begs
I
the
agree.
question is,
And I agree with that.
that begs the question is who would want it anyway? Because
How do
to
you
me,
have it in here?
because it's for open discussion, Mayor. That's the reason I put all of these on there. We agreed to have these discussions. That's what we're here to discuss. But in terms of bringing it back in-house, that would cause us to have to increase the resources that economic development would have. And so, no, I would not want to bring it back in-house. This is for discussion, Mayor. I'm not advocating this. This was a consolidated strategic
Well,
initiative.
I'll go on record here. I've been on record before, and with all due respect to my colleague who's very passionate about it, as is Caroline, when I brought this issue up initially over a year ago, I argued then, and I would still argue somewhat today, maybe less forcefully, the chamber was in disarray. It had a dysfunctional board. You couldn't get a quorum together. They had disagreement about whether to keep or fire the existing executive director. You also had, by any financial measurement, an insolvent financial condition in that you had more liabilities, mainly an idle loan, than what you had tangible assets. When the city is a counterparty to a group, if you read the state law, look at the statute, it's a fiduciary responsibility. It says that in the state law. That's not something that we decided up here. That's part of the hot tax requirements. Go to the code and look at it. It's a fiduciary responsibility. So we as council, that money doesn't belong to the chamber. We have outsourced that to the chamber. That money belongs to the city of Smithville. And we hire them. We could hire an individual. We could hire anybody to do it, but we also could bring it in-house. Today may not be the day to do that, but to say that we can't have that discussion because the potential for $200,000+ a year coming in may be in the best interest of the citizens of Smithville, that get administered in-house. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the decision today, but to suggest that we shouldn't be talking about that, I think is wrong. And I'm not afraid to say that it's wrong. We should be talking about this.
We are talking about it.
So
I
I'm
mean,
just saying to shut
we've
down
had
the
more than one
discussion.
discussion about it,
I
and
know, and
I'm not trying to be contentious here or try to bring this to where we have a 20-minute discussion about it. I'm just saying, hot is what the city that's what your oversight, our oversight is about hot. Hot is being managed extremely well at the chamber. I can assure you. If
Nope.
Susie's
Yeah.
presentation didn't convince you, I'll spend more time convincing you.
Nobody has said that, but you serving
Okay, let's
on
move
the
on to the next
board,
item.
let me finish. You serving on the board and advocating for that is a risk of a conflict. And I'm not saying you're
Really?
not. Yes, it
You're an
is.
STR on there and you're sitting here
I
voting.
recuse myself from
Well,
every
I'll
single
recuse
vote.
myself if I need to as well, Tom. No problem.
Okay, we good? All right, what's our next item?
Next item on the agenda, on the discussion agenda, Councilman Etheridge, it was for the comprehensive planning process. I think that's something you wanted to.
Well, then. Okay, I think you're up.
Is this the one that's on mine? I have already kind of hit on this. It's in the package.
Again.
What I wanted to highlight in this is I do believe that there's a strategic value in giving the city manager a tool to go out and start the process of an annexation strategy, primarily identifying what are the areas that the city would like to see annexed, what makes the most sense, and start to develop through some conversations with subject matter experts, what would be the types of incentives that they could come up with, and could we start going out and having those conversations and laying that. The only purpose of this is to give something to the council to consider in the future, is a policy statement that formalizes that the city does actually want to grow and expand. And one of the ways to do that is come up with an annexation strategy.
Any
And
other
I'm not
comments?
asking for any action tonight. I'm just suggesting that this is something that the council should consider in the future, the near future.
Anybody else want to say anything on that? Okay, the next one is evaluate revised budget process. I own this one. The white paper the white paper on evaluate revised budget process. That's the last one. There it is. Okay, so this initiative is about the opportunity and to explain the current situation is that our current process tends to create a compressed timeframe for creation, review, and debate by council on the final budget to meet deadlines. Many feel we have too many workshops in short a time period, and I tend to agree with that. Why is it important? Because if we developed an advanced and multi-scenario process ahead of time, this should lead to more time for creation and preparation to eliminate those excess workshops and allow for council debate and public input. In the current process, the perception is that the council priorities aren't recognized until after the initial budget is proposed, and that if there's additional funding needs built in up front with the multi-scenario process, which would include anticipation of a need for tax notes or certificates of obligation or bonds. That's the dirty word, but it's in our future. Possibly, at least consideration of it might be. So the question again to the council is this exercise needed for us to review this process? Of course, this one I am advocating that it is. And if we were to do it, what scenarios would we ask the city manager to take into account? A negative growth, a -5% budget scenario, a zero growth, anticipating no additional resources or revenues, and then a growth proposal. Understanding that any prioritized issues could lead to the need for a reallocation of resources and or potentially headcount. We've got to talk about that too. So the last question I had in there, if we're able to move this forward, what is the required number of workshops and timing if we were to adopt any changes? So I'll see if any comments from the colleagues.
So what you're asking or what you're suggesting is focused on the budget process exclusively at this point?
Correct.
Yeah.
The budget process itself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my personal opinion on the budget is starting earlier and putting together a proposed budget before you get the numbers from the county. That's always been one of the challenges, is we tend to not want to get too deep into the budget revenue numbers until we get some indications from the county. It would be nice if we could use some of our experience and our expertise to project what we think that number might be earlier on. Other than that.
Well, and not to interrupt, but that is one of
Yeah.
the solutions
I
hanging
think
down
that's-
there. Yeah.
That's just a process that, we should, I think you should start earlier.
You mean, let's get the groundwork laid
I mean,
prior to waiting on the revenue number from the county?
I think the early, if we already kind of do that. We just
Well-
don't have definitive numbers.
I'd
right,
love to
Robert?
hear city manager's opinion on it.
Maybe you won't. I got to have time to do what you've already assigned me. If we spend 7 months meeting for budget, something's not going to get done. I would be happy to do, like I said, 3 to 5. We did 5 last year, and it was 11.
I'm want fewer.
Oh, really? Thank you, Lord. I thought you wanted more. Yeah.
No, I'm going to do
Fewer but early.
I'm going to do a listening.
Yeah, no, if I
Mayor,
heard
excuse me, but I'm going to do a listening check.
fewer
because
but earlier, right?
Huh.
If you start earlier but fewer meetings, right?
That's exactly what I said. And maybe we can go back and look at the video, but I'm pretty sure that's what I said. I'm advocating fewer workshops. So that's the listening check.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
That's the listening check. Thank you. I can't hear you.
Okay, so fewer workshops, everybody outline what you want on budget. We want economic development. You don't want to give the employees a raise.
Oh, Mayor, please, come on.
Okay, what's your next item? We still have to go into a closed session about our manager.
Where did I say that I don't want to give the employees a raise?
I'm just recapping last year. So what's your
And you're
next
saying that
thing?
I said that?
We didn't give them a raise. We.
You're,
didn't give-
you're holding me responsible. That's what I just heard. Any other comments from my colleagues on moving up the process so that the city manager develops multiple scenarios prior to receiving the county revenue estimate so that we can speed up this process and have fewer workshops?
I think every year, there's always somebody up for either election or somebody's leaving or whatever. So you can't have a meeting really. You can have a meeting before May, but if you have a meeting before May, guess what? So the council changes, the whole opinion of how it all goes changes. So I think you really can't start down a budget road until after our first May meeting, till we see what we're going to be doing. And then after that, that's kind of within the time frame of what we've been doing. I mean, we started our last one in what was it, Robert? June? Or was it May? It was May, wasn't it? It was May. So if you want to have fewer, if we do it after the first meeting, have 4 over the time limit, we can do that.
What I propose to that point, you have turnover. All right, so we typically always do a review of roles, responsibilities, and this is, okay. And then at that point, I'll give you where we are with the budget, because that's a good point to say, here's where we are and here's where we're going. And as those of you who've been around long enough, you typically target 3 to 5%, cost of living. And yeah, I can give you those numbers minus what the appraisal district is going to, the assessed values, which does have an impact. Which impacted us last year, because of the whole over 65 tax freeze that hit us without warning, basically.
And the proposed deduction this year is going to be 140,000 off the top, so there's going to be probably more.
And 150 if you're a senior.
Yeah.
Senior citizen. So, yeah, I have no problem in
Are
May.
you pointing me out on purpose for that?
What? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, May will probably be the first. Let's take a look at it after we get the new council members, members situated. It's typically what I do. And maybe in June, I give you what that 3 to 5% is going to look like and where you could possibly reduce, add, take away resources.
Okay. So the point that was being made was that this is you go ahead with the process and incorporate multiple scenarios. And then when you do get the number, you just have to plug it in. So, but I'm not sensing the support on this, so I'm willing to move forward. If there aren't any other comments.
You see Cynthia staring at you. It's not as easy as just plugging the number and hitting a button.
Well, this is a matter of doing what you're doing. I'm sorry. You got to speak in the microphone.
I said, it's just so many moving parts. Yeah, I can do parts of it, and I don't get a lot of information, especially when it comes to payroll and stuff. I don't get stuff till June or July or July or August for payroll. So some of your numbers, I mean, if you want to be more accurate, you almost got to wait till July for me to give you a more accurate number. Otherwise, I'm just
So process.
health insurance, or whatever for employees. And like you said, payroll is your biggest thing. So until I can get firm numbers, which I can't typically get till end of July, first part of August.
So process wise, you have a template though,
I have a
where you plug in numbers.
use that I plug in, and I mean, I can estimate, but
But what if we were to, I'm sorry, Cynthia, but what if we were to say we have to have a 5% decrease in our budget next year?
I mean,
It would be a stab in the dark because you don't know the impact of.
but then who of the 5%, who am I going to go hit?
Exactly. That's the point of the process.
Am I going to close the rec center? Am I going to close the library? Am I going to close the recycle center? Or am I going to get rid of employees to lower that number to get to that 5%? Because I don't know what to do. I mean,
Well, that would be,
to get rid of. I mean, that would be y'all's decision.
or that we would give the direction that we want to have a budget that's minus 5% or revenue neutral.
But you, okay, 5%, you say minus 5%, but minus 5% in what area? Do you want it in payroll? Do you want it in capital items? Do you want it in street
If you want,
paving? I mean,
I prefer that the direction be that we would say to the city manager, we need to reduce expenses by 5%. How do you plan on doing that? That's not up to us to give the direction to go cut head count, in my opinion, but that's a hypothetical. I'm talking about a process, that's all. And I'm willing to end the discussion on this. Okay, thank you very much. Another very lively and fruitful discussion. The next item is develop formal annexation strategy. That's Councilman Etheridge.
Yeah, and I kind of went through that, Councilmember Jameson. I mean, I think that you can read it. I think the city's already taken steps to identify that it wants to grow. I think the council should in the near future consider, a resolution that formalizes that. And then give the city manager some direction to be able to go out and try to develop the tools that he might need to go out and negotiate with some of these landowners along these preferred corridors and see if we can't bring that into the fold early before they get snatched up and developed through a mud.
Anybody else want to comment on that? All right, next up, again, Councilman Etheridge, develop and implement a succession plan for the city.
Yeah,
manager.
I've already said that I'm punting that till April.
Okay.
I'm not prepared to do that. I just got some data this last week from Jennifer and I need more time to come up with an outline of that.
Okay, on to Councilor Meek, expedite review and update of all ordinances.
Well, I don't think there's a discussion because Robert's explained to me that that's a process with the outside consultant we use, and that's for Q4 or Q3 and Q4 to begin looking at the subdivision ordinance.
It was all ordinances. Subdivision ordinances is, as you know, we're about 60% done, and we have to have Jason back and make decision points as to what you want as a community. Whether you want 50-foot requirement for a lot width, 5 versus 7.5 side yard setbacks. There are decision points. Do you want tiny homes? Do you want ADUs? There are things that we have to sit down and do in a workshop that he's waiting on us for. So that's just the subdivision ordinance. We have 14 ordinances that need to be updated. The last one we did completely was the zoning ordinance. It took a year and a half on it. So a whole scale of doing all of the ordinances is going to be lengthy and time consuming and cost a lot of money. What I do recommend and will recommend going forward is that we adopt a more current version of the Uniform Building Code. And we're under 2006, so that's where we would start. But, to do each of the 14 is going to take some time or a bunch of money.
So what's our next step as a council on that particular?
On the subdivision?
On the project of the update of the ordinances?
Well, let Jason's bills cool down a little bit, and maybe we can do this as part of the, after or during the budget. It's just a lot that you're asking to get done and.
No, I'm not
time.
asking to get
Well,
it done,
well,
I'm just asking what the process is.
Yeah, it would be to come back and have a workshop and we meet to decide what those items are. There's some very specific things regarding subdivisions that we need to address.
Okay.
Block, street width, street length, all the things that we've given variances on in the past, radii. So there's things that we have to do before we can push this out.
Have you prioritized which of the ordinances you want to do first?
Yeah, I would like to finish subdivision and hit building codes, chapter 3.
Yeah. So when we make adjustments to building code, that would also flow through to our third-party public works contracts and what our requirements are for those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Councilor Meek, are you good with that? You're up again. Expedite review of rec center space utilization and projects.
I'll be brief. This is a long-term project to evaluate the unmet needs of programs offered through the rec center at low cost, no cost to residents. We have a committee we formed, Jose, Caroline, Jill to some degree, Janice. We've met with Ashley and Alexis and have begun to, we toured the rec center last week. And there's a lot that goes into this. This particular project, we would hope to do without asking for city funds, that it would all be grant-based. And whoever comes in there, whatever programs we may choose, would be self-sufficient. They would have their own folks. We've also been talking to the Bastrop Parks and Rec director, who has been very helpful on that. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. Some of the project ideas that have been proposed are culinary and catering classes for seniors, procure a grant to fund equipment, classes, and training, expand the use of the kitchen facilities. Networking engineer may be able to utilize space for career tracks. A homeschool program. Currently, there are approximately 80 high school homeschooled students, and they have expressed interest in using the rec center space for sports programs, but the cost is prohibitive currently, so we'd have to try to work something out with them. A senior daycare program where caregivers can drop off seniors at the rec center for several hours a week. Some people want us to expand it to include a pool. Room for Minister Alliance, potential funding. The school district could be partially funded to have use of the facilities free of charge. The St. David's Foundation is strong and has expressed interest in being part of the decisions. Methodist Healthcare. There's also the center could possibly become a centralized center for services where people can come and get information. And those are sort of a formula used by companies, like Marble Falls has one, and there's about 5 of them in Central Texas. So we're trying to identify the fit. I mean, Ashley has explained it well, and it's true. The particular services that come in, considering that it also serves as an emergency shelter in the event of disasters. So it's just exploration at this point. So I hope to continue to give you updates on a regular basis as we learn more. Thank you.
Great recap. Any comments? Kathy, you're up again. I think you've already done this with the blue highway signs.
I don't really think I have anything else to say on that. I mean, I've shared with you where we are with the logo sign. That again is just continuing to determine whether the qualified businesses want to participate. And we intend to move forward with the billboard signs through the chamber and through the city too. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Jenkins, you've got wastewater.
Yeah, as I stated before, the grants are still going forward. The 2 grants, we're waiting to hear back. That's can be as long as the 6 months. So we're 3 months in. So by middle of summer, we should know something. As for the prioritizing it, I think we've already done that with how we have delegated the usage to the different places that are coming up. We need to repair our existing system so we can get more out of it. And that's what the grants will do. And so we're kind of in a holding pattern until we get through with that. Eventually, we're going to have to build a wastewater plant, but that's in the next 2 years that a decision is going to have to be made on that.
Thank you, sir. Any comments on that one? Councilman Washington. Work with county to repair MLK and add sidewalks.
Yeah. Sorry for the misunderstanding, Jill. Can you explain to him about the MLK and the sidewalk?
Sure. So that was one of the grants that got submitted in the last couple of weeks. We asked for about 1.8 million for sidewalks that would run all along MLK Drive, and then would hook into the sidewalks that exist across Eagleston to 4th to connect that up. And we are in the process of, we've got Safe Routes to School money for sidewalks that'll come from the elementary school over here and then go across the railroad tracks over at Miller and Marburger. It's a long story. I don't want to get into it, but basically it goes just right up to MLK Park. And so this would complete that segment as well. So that's at about 1.8 million. Phase 1 was submitted That means that we'll hear back in likely June, we'll find out. And then we'll be on, if they tell us to go ahead forward with it, then we'll be working on phase 2 to be able to give all of the details and do all of the things that we need to do to try to get those funds together. So it would be likely would be coming into, probably we'll find out something like September, October. They oftentimes though kind of delay that. So we won't really find out about that funding until sometime in the fall.
What's the match look like on that?
That's the 20%. But, and this is important too, is that the county is going to be coming up with about half of that. So
Well, that was my next question, because he had talked about working with the county on that.
Yeah, in the State of the City presentation, there is a slide on sidewalks. It's available online and it provides a list of infrastructure projects, development projects. If you haven't seen it, take a look.
Thank you, Jill. Councilman Jenkins, creation of impact fees.
Yeah, the impact fee is with Jason now, our lawyer. Legislation may impact how that all works. We'll just have to see. I would hate to see us make an impact fee schedule and then all of a sudden in another month, we're gonna have to go back and redo it.
So what's the process if Jason's involved? Is he reaching out to like Kimley Horn and some of the others that have worked on the impact?
No, I've got that. So where we are now, yeah, Jason's firm is familiar with implementing impact fees. And we have forwarded them the BEFCO wastewater treatment facility expansion study. That gives you the worst case at $34 million. And they're starting off of that to set up a impact fee structure. Takes 6 to 9 months to do this with notifications, so forth and such. If we get the grants, that changes, but we're going to go right now for worst case at 34 million to do the wastewater improvements.
Do we have any early indications of what those impact fees would look like dollar wise?
Not
Nothing yet?
Not yet.
Based on 34. Okay.
Thank you, sir. And last one, and Counselor Meek, I took the liberty of writing that one up. Is that okay with you? Okay, so that's the white paper on what we had talked about, creation of community outreach program, which is basically taking town halls to the people. So what we had discussed earlier, and the reason this became an initiative that I ended up volunteering for, taking a proactive approach to avail ourselves to the citizenry and listen to their priorities will allow us to be more responsive and productive while creating an air of trust that the council indeed works for the people. So moving through that, is there an agreement that this is something we would want to do moving forward? And I assume Kathy, since this was co-sponsored, you are in favor of it. Any other comments?
I will give you one that the, under protocols, you would worried about having a walking quorum and this, you just have to post the meeting wherever you decide to have it. And then each one, two, or all of you can attend.
Okay, and the solution that I'd recommended is that we just pair up so there was never more than 2 of us, and that we work with, actually, my motion was to create a subcommittee, including Jose, is he still there? Community engagement, so we would target the venues, identify the venues, and then set up a schedule that paired us up. So I really don't think I need to make a motion and take action on that. That's just something that we can work with. Is that all right with y'all and the city manager? And is Jill gone? That we talk to Jose with community engagement and make that go forward? I'm going to assume that's a yes because she's not here. Okay, that wraps it up. I really do appreciate everybody's time and attention in a very compressed time frame. We just addressed some very major topics and had very lively discussion. And I think that the citizens benefit from hearing us do all of that. So I thank you for your patience, Mayor, and I'll end this unless anyone else has something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Let's see. So we are no action taken and on to, oh, Cynthia. Discussion and action on approval of the financial report.
Okay, you should have received in your budget the February financial report. Currently, revenues at 7.8 of the $16 million budget. Revenues are greater than expenses at this time. We've improved a little bit from last month. General fund definitely looks good. And like I said, utility improved a little, so I'm hoping it will continue to improve till the end of the year because a lot of the expenses were done, barring any unforeseen issues or things. I don't know if y'all have any questions. There wasn't a lot of activity this month, so.
Yeah, there's nothing that you see out there gives you any concerns or you're not thinking about anything. Obviously, general fund tends to do well at the early.
Yeah,
because
I
we
was gonna
collect all the
say-
Property taxes early.
Yeah,
That variance will probably work its way back to budget as we go through the year, right? And then as we get hotter weather and we get utility bills up, then the utility fund will catch up.
yeah. It's kind of where we are.
Yeah, there will be some catch up with the last round of billing that we had. A lot of citizens were concerned regarding the cost per kilowatt hour. Good news to report that is going to drop from 15 cents per kilowatt hour to 11. And those revenues will be reflected in next month's budget because that bill covered a period of time where we had 10 days of freezing weather and we shut down the city, schools, and county. People use more. Use more, it's going to cost more.
A motion. Mayor, you want a motion?
I do.
We approve, we accept the financial report as presented.
I second that motion.
Motion been made and second. All in favor? It is approved. We are going back into closed session. The city council will hold an executive session pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon, Texas Code, annotated in accordance with the authority contained in the section 551074 to discuss personnel, year 23-24 annual performance evaluation of city manager, 24-25 goals and objectives, 24-25 equity incentive plan. All right. If you need to go have a potty break, All right, discussion and action as a result of executive executive meeting over our city manager. We agreed he met and exceeded the goals. We finalized his goals for the next year, and we approved and renewed his equity incentive plan.
What?
And that's all, folks.
About
It is
discussion
adjourned.
on
Oh, what? What you got?
that. Can you restate that wording? You said met and exceeded?
Is that what you said?
No, some,
What words did you use? Met and,
sometimes it's.
Number two.
okay, correction, meet and sometimes exceeds expectations.
Yes.
Okay, is that good?
Yeah, that's what it said. Yeah.
Okay, I left out one word, you sometimes. Okay. Okay, what are we?
Just meets and exceeds. Fine. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wrote down, meet and exceed. Okay, so anything else? Okay, well, I'm gonna adjourn. All right, here is your thing back.